Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. I am wondering Helmsman, now of the Close Collective. And we got another banger of a news stream to go over today, chat. How you been, by the way? Hi, Marku, and hello, NDA. Thank you, NDA. Much appreciated. Yeah, that was not expected, that invite. So I was just kind of chatting randomly in DMs with some people, and Rosa just kind of said, "Oh yeah, by the way," and the rest is history. So yeah, that's a fun little development. Honestly, though, I still feel like I'm just an independent VTuber, you know. So nothing's really gonna change outside of the branding a little bit, and that's pretty much it. Like, I'm not going to change the way I behave in the Discord. Like, not behave in the Discord, but the way, how much I post or how much I want to be active in the Discord. Essentially, I have my own little section now, over in the Close Collective Discord, and that little section is going to mirror my personal Discord. So my personal Discord is still going to be my home chat, so nothing's really going to change too much. So yeah, you'll also notice, hey Amos, how you doing? Thank you, Marku, thank you. Oh crap, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, you'll also notice, you might have noticed this yesterday too. Actually, no, you wouldn't have noticed it yesterday because I used the Fox model yesterday, but the human model has V-Bridger, and it's, I finally, got on a call with a friend and got this thing calibrated and everything set up, so you'll notice like how much cleaner this model is. Like, it's much more responsive now. You can see how much more responsive it is. You can just see it, and it's not just this bouncy, crazy, flat yap model anymore. It actually looks freaking nice now. Like, this is what it was always supposed to be, but I never knew how to actually make it work. So I was finally able to get it to work. I've been sitting on this model for over a month now, in the lame yappy mode, and now it's like at its full potential. So yeah, kind of cool. I'm good. I'm most excited for tonight. Surprised you didn't invite me sooner. I wouldn't expect you to CC as much for more of a confederacy than an empire. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's kind of like where I spend most of my time outside of my own Discord, is because honestly, I feel like it's like the best of both worlds. You know, it's like you have like the support structure for the most part, or you kind of have a support structure like a corpo does, but you don't have all the bureaucracy or contracts and shit like that of a corpo that weighs you down, or the restrictions, you know. So yeah, it's pretty nice. But again, I don't really expect anything really to change. I'm still me, and yeah, I mean, really nothing's gonna change. But yeah, it's still cool nonetheless. Anyway, before we get started, I do want to say that the more and more I thought about that rant that I went on about the Olympics last time, the more I realized that I found myself slipping into kind of an abyss of politics, essentially, and I basically caught myself up in that, and I have realized that I don't want to cover direct political stuff, at least not in the United States. I don't want to cover those kinds of politics because it just makes me angry and depressed, and I don't want to bring that energy in, or especially that level of anger, into the stream. Like, the whole point is to be entertaining, you know, and that's what I want to focus on. So, that's where we're gonna go from here in the future. So it's basically gonna be like crazy one-shot stories. not direct political stuff, but more like cultural stuff, as well as like just funny as hell or crazy as hell or like holy shit what the hell kind of articles from like the New York Post or Daily Mail. You know, there's a lot of sites out there that are really good for that kind of content. And then of course like a couple of reaction videos here and there. But that's gonna be where we're gonna that's gonna be the wheelhouse of these Saturday streams. So cover politics in Japan. They got some wild candidates. Ooh, really? See, I'm fine doing that. I'm fine covering politics in other countries. I'm fine covering politics that don't directly affect me, basically. But it's like American politics. I'm not going to cover nothing like directly related to American politics. It's just, especially now in an election year when, you know, and I know that I could farm clicks and stuff and get more clout by chasing the political angle during an election year. You know, especially as wild with this one, with one of the candidates dropping out and then having the VP, you know, the VP appointed and not voted on versus the other candidate that was nearly had his head blown off on live television. You know, it's just like, it'd be easy to milk that shit for content, but I don't want to. I just don't want to do that on these streams. Oh my gosh. Cover how public masturbation in New York City has jumped 51%. Dude, post these articles, man. Why aren't these articles getting posted in the Discord? I will totally cover that shit. You gotta post these articles, though, man. Unless you already posted it and I just didn't see it. That's a political candidate stripping naked on live TV in another dress as the Joker. I covered the one that was stripping a few weeks ago, actually. It was that female candidate who was like, "You think I'm cute? You think I'm sexy? Sugoi, ooh woo." Like, I covered that woman like 3 weeks ago, actually. I didn't see the one dressed as the Joker though. That's kind of amazing. Oh my gosh. Anyway, we got a lot to cover tonight. Oh yeah, and the reason that I started a little bit late this time is I decided at the last minute, you know, that I was like, you know what? I'm kind of sick of like having to like awkwardly like scroll through the Discord thread and look for like, what am I going to cover next? What am I going to cover next? So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take some time and just open up and organize everything into a series of tabs before the stream starts, and then just go off of that. So that's what we're going to do. So hopefully it goes a little bit smoother because of that. And, well, I guess we can just go ahead and get into this. Here. Boop. Oh my gosh, I'm cut off. There we go. And my god, it is quiet. There we go. And a little bit quieter. I don't want it to be overbearing, you know? Okay. I think we have, out of everything we covered tonight, I think there's only 2 that are actual video reactions. I think. But, let me get this up. Go. Move this right over here. Okay. Then, off for a sec. And go. I want this one. Start. Okay. By the way, Sultan streamed today. I thought about notifying you, but wasn't sure if you were interested. Ah, gosh, when do they stream? I want to catch it. I watched an older stream of theirs, like a VOD or whatever. And I liked it. I mean, I liked what I saw, but I'd like to catch them live just so I can kind of start infiltrating through the chat. I think honestly that the only one in there, only host in that show that would actually know who I am is Trim. So, I don't know if he was on this morning, but I kind of want to wait until Trim is one of the hosts. I don't know how often he does that. I don't know how they do their schedule programming or whatever. But I figure if I show up in chat when Trim is a host, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know him," and be like, "Haha, okay, contact properly made." But anyway, let's get into the news. We got prepare yourselves, lads. This one might sting a little bit in your mind. They have the announcement chat where they let people know when they start. Oh. Yeah, I just need to pay more attention. So, Trim was hosting today. Damn it, I missed my opportunity. That's okay. It's all right. I'll get around to that eventually. So, anyway, we got to get to the news. And like I said, brace yourself, lads. This one might sting in your mind just a little bit. Oh, crap. Good way to start. Jilted doctor hacks off her boyfriend's penis in revenge after he failed to turn up on their wedding day. Damn. Damn. Oh my god, dude. I mean, he leaves her at the altar and she gets her revenge. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the revenge is a little worse than what he did to her. What he did to her is temporarily embarrassment. What she did to him, I feel like, is permanent mutilation and humiliation. So I don't think this is a balanced response here. Hey, Acumen. A jilted doctor hacked off her boyfriend's penis in a grim act of revenge after he failed to turn up on to their wedding day. God, dude. What kind of doctor was she, I wonder? Or was she? I figure she's brought up on charges, right? So I feel like I probably should say was she? Did she I'm gonna cut this thing off, but I don't want him to die, so I'm gonna swap it with some alcohol and put a band-aid on it with some triple antibacteria and it'll be good. The female medic, 25, allegedly carried out the grisly job in Bihar, East India, on Monday, according to local reports. The boyfriend from Madhara has since been rushed to Patna Medical College and Hospital for urgent treatment following the horrific attack. I mean, what's the guy? What was that guy's name? That famous guy? Well, the guy that got famous, was it back in the 90s? For getting his dick cut off and thrown out a window? Was it John Bobbitt or something like that? I can't remember his name, but he became famous because his dick got chopped off. Which is the absolute worst thing for a guy to get famous for ever in history. Indians have been in the news a lot recently. Have they? Don't Indians have the on average smallest pee-pee size in the world? I could have sworn I read something like that. So I guess she just used one of those little fruit knives, Maybe, I don't know. Claiming she had been in a relationship with a man over the past 5 years, the accused girlfriend said she was left seething with rage when he kept refusing to marry her. Well, there's got to be a reason. Hey God. Finally, the Hajipur local managed to convince her lover to agree to a registered court marriage. Or so she thought. Bum, bum, bum. I guess that's the same thing as, what do they call it? Not a marriage, but a civil union? Is that what they call it here in America? Where it's purely like a legal thing and not, there's no ceremony or church thing or vows or anything. It's just purely a legal contract. It's like a civil union. Let's see. But on the long-awaited day of the wedding, the woman's boyfriend seemingly backed out and did not show up at the altar. Fuck. What's wrong with this woman? She's only 25. There shouldn't be that much wrong with her. That's a good marriage age, honestly. It's like they're kind of like getting out of that. They're kind of starting to get out of that hoe phase, like that they're in their early 20s. But they're still like a good amount away from the wall, so they're not desperate. You know, like that's a good age to marry for women. I feel like. Let's see. Neighbors were when he arrived, unaware of the horrors that were about to unfold. Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. After waiting, this is so stupid. Like, why is every sentence its own paragraph? This is so annoying. I swear it's just to pad out the length of the article. Like, learn how to make paragraphs, fucking Daily Mail. Jeez. After waiting for him to make his appearance at the court, she packed in her efforts and returned home, where she then invited him to her house. When he arrived, unaware of the horrors that were about to unfold, she allegedly chopped off his penis with a knife. How? He reportedly heard his screams before informing the police that something sinister was happening within the walls of the home. Within the walls. She's in the walls, chat. How did he manage to let her get that far? Because he's not like, it's not like she drugged him or did it in his sleep, apparently. I guess she just like got a knife, wrestled with him, got his pants off, somehow got a good grip on his dick, and then went to town on that thing. Like, how did he let it get that far? When cops arrived at the scene, they were met with the nightmare sight of the seriously injured man lying on a bed in a pool of blood. Oh, God. The woman is a 25-year-old unmarried doctor from... Of course she's... Do you have to say she's unmarried? I don't think you need to state that she's unmarried. This whole thing is about the fact... was instigated by the fact that she's not married. You don't need to tell us that she's unmarried. We know this. Oh my gosh. Unmarried doctor from Hajipur. You already said that she's from Hajipur too. That sentence is worthless. Come on, Daily Mail. She was doing practice in Maduro? That's a weird way to word it. She had a practice, right? Doing practice sounds like she's like playing soccer or something. The victim is also unmarried. Oh my gosh, that's the third time now. Why does that keep getting emphasized? Like, said the station house officer of Maduro police station in Seine district. We have arrested the accused and further investigation is underway. Yeah, I have a feeling she's going to be was a doctor. But this is not the first time a woman in India has chopped off her partner's penis. Oh my gosh, it's a trend. In 2018, an Indian woman sliced off her husband's genitals for neglecting her and spending time with his second wife. I mean, first reason is not valid for such an action. The second the second reason, though, we could talk about that one. We could entertain that. A year before, a jilted girlfriend blindfolded her lover and slashed off his penis with a sickle after he said he was marrying someone else. Bro. Why would you make yourself so vulnerable? It's like, oh yes, I am naked and blindfolded, and I know that my girlfriend has a deadly sharp weapon. This is the perfect opportunity to tell her that I'm ditching her to marry someone else. This isn't going to end poorly for me. Jeez, dude. Not a stable woman nor a stable response ever. Yeah, totally. Unlike Sneeko, who says people should marry at 14 to 16. Oh my gosh, don't remind me of that fucking shit show. How the fuck? You know what? I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to stay on topic. Also in 2017, a woman in India was arrested after allegedly chopping off her husband's penis during an argument over his extramarital affair. I just realized that every one of these is hyperlinked. The Daily Mail has written an article about every instance of this happening. They are on top of this shit, chat. They are monitoring the Indian penis choppers, chat. They've got this. I wonder if they're all by the same author. Hang on. Is it one person? Taryn Pedler. Who's this one by? No, it's not by the same people. Okay. I would have been amazing if it was like this one person, this one writer for the Daily Mail who was just like on the Indian penis choppers beat, you know? Like, how do you end up roping yourself into that gig? Oh my gosh. Considering how many women get raped and doused with acid in India, this behavior for women out there doesn't surprise me. Yeah, don't they have like that? I mean, they had for a long time. I think the British are the ones who actually like ended it, but they had that fucking crazy ritual where like whenever the husband died, the woman would like burn herself alive along with the husband's corpse or something like that. Some really fucking weird like ritual that they used to do. I can't remember what it's called. But I have a feeling that there's like over 1 billion people in India. There's got to be plenty of areas in India where they're still doing that shit. You know what I mean? Like Indian penis choppers, and there's a name for an alternate rock band. Your chats were removed, Acumen? Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me bring up your... I'm going to keep reading, but in the meantime, I'm going to bring up your chat. The mother of 4, 30, was arrested in Gudiatham in Tamil Nadu as she made her way to her parents' house with her husband's genitals still in her purse. Damn! Did she like at least put it in like a Ziploc bag or a sandwich bag or something first? Jeez. Damn. Can you imagine how fucking possessed with like spite and rage you have to be to not only cut off a man's junk, like testicles and all, you know, twig and berries, but also like put that shit in that bloody mutilated shit inside your purse and just carry it around with you. What a fucking like I own you kind of deranged action to do. Holy hell, man. I can't imagine the level of rage necessary to like get to that kind of a point, man. Let's see. And in the same year, a sex-starved Indian wife cut off her husband's penis after he refused to make love to her for a decade. I mean, I clearly he's not using it, so I kid. Rita Yadav attacked her husband Ved Prakash at their home in Kora Colony in Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, in northern India, after she claimed he had refused to have sex with her for 10 years of their 11-year marriage, and she believed he was having an affair. Wait, is that it? Just ends there? Fuck. Okay. Half this article is just listing all the times that this has happened in the past. Holy hell. So yeah, that happened, chat. The tradition continues. The Indian penis choppers are still at large over in the land of Ganesh. I think that's the name of the elephant god? Whatever. Jesus. It's just wild to me how this is like... It's apparently like an annual thing. Like, who's the annual victim this time? You know? That's like the anti-lottery right there. Yeah. I gotta look up... Right, that's enough of this weird one. God. I gotta look up those comments that apparently got censored. Hang on. See if they're censored on my end. Saw an Asmongold clip that I want to watch. Go. Okay. Chat filter, all messages. Okay. They can be reattached, but fuck. Okay, they can be reattached, got it there. That's all I see, though. Is the butt fuck. That's the only one I see. Hey, Cornell, how you doing? Is that a new Tech 9 song? Oh my gosh. Muslim's gonna Muslim. Oof. Fucking. Alright, next up. This one is weird, chat. I haven't actually read this yet, but the headline was like, what in the absolute hell? It's one of the most ironic things I've ever read. Revealed. U.S. woman due to be the first person to die in, quote, suicide capsule, has now died in Switzerland by other means after going missing, as heartbroken friends say, quote, her loss makes the world a little darker. So, from what I could tell from this headline, this woman was like scheduled to die via suicide booth like in Futurama. But she was like, I'm going to have one last vacation. And so she went to Switzerland, went missing, and is assumed dead. I mean, the outcome seems to be the same, like whether she misses that appointment or not. I don't think that the mission failed. Let's see. Oh, wait. It says right here in the subheadline, she had traveled to Switzerland to use the Sarco device. So the suicide booth is in Switzerland? Okay, so it's not in the U.S. I was going to say, this shit isn't in the U.S. I thought it was Canada. So she went to Switzerland to use this thing, and then dies somehow in another way. It's just like, okay. An American woman who was due to be the first person to die in a suicide capsule before going missing has now died by other means, her friends have revealed. So she is confirmed to have died. Jennifer McLaughlin, 55, had traveled to Switzerland to use the Sarcopod, which creators say allows its occupant to push a button and trigger their own death. It's literally a suicide booth. Like, I'm sorry, man, but this, like, direction that the West is going in is absolutely, like, it seems to be a death cult. I'm just going to say it. Like, the West is in a death cult. We just seem hell-bent on just, like, literally just snuffing out our own civilization. Whether it be through mass immigration, cultural displacement and destruction, the destruction of the nuclear family, encouraging women to not have kids, or just encouraging people to just off themselves altogether. Yeah, it seems to be a death cult here in the West. It's really fucked up. It's not kind of, it is. But the pod's inventor, controversial assisted dying advocate, Philip Nietzsche, his name is actually Nietzsche? No way. Is that how the philosopher Nietzsche spelled his last name? Like Nietzsche, like the most cynical philosopher ever, pretty much, shares his name with a guy who's an assisted dying advocate. That's a weird coincidence, I have to say. Said her planned death was permanently postponed. That's one way to put it, I guess. Wait, doesn't postponed categorically and definitely mean that it's temporary? Like, Permanently postponed, I feel like it's an oxymoron. I mean, you could say canceled. That'd be the right word here. I guess he wants to turn her phrase, though. So, despite this, Miss McLaughlin emailed her lawyer and closest friends to tell them that she was going to have a, quote, procedure to take her life. She then disappeared, with friends desperately trying to contact her. Her disappearance reported to police before her death was confirmed last night. It is believed that she may have sought help from another assisted dying organization. Damn, dude! She's like, these people could kill me even better! Look at this thing. Why? Look how dystopian this thing looks! Oh my god, it looks like a glass-covered coffin. Did they, like... So, they push a button, then they die, and then they guess somebody else just opens it up and just pulls the body out? Man, that's dark. That is dark. Oh, man. I mean, kids are expensive to have these days. As a guy, I would rather donate myself to a CP. Fair enough. At least he's keeping true to the family name. I hate this future. Yeah, it's... Oh, wait, what's this thing at the bottom? We are made of star stuff. We are a way for the universe to know itself. Carl Sagan. Oh my god, dude. What? Damn, that is twisted. Let's take one of the most, like, you know, futurist, forward-looking person to ever live, and use a quote for him to advertise, you know, people offing themselves in pods. That's so dark, man. Like, do you think Carl Sagan would be happy if he were still alive? You think Carl Sagan would be like, yeah, it's fine. You can just slap that quote on the side of your suicide pods? I have a feeling he would not appreciate that. Okay, the former insurance company worker from Columbus, Georgia, began suffering with major health issues in 2017, with her lawyer saying she, quote, never really recovered. Attorney Fife Whiteside, I don't know, who has been a friend and legal counsel to Miss McLaughlin for 15 years, shared a touching tribute to her after hearing the painful news. Wait, do they know how she died? Jennifer was a wonderful, quirky, articulate, and intelligent person. Well, it doesn't sound like she was. It sounded like she was suffering from major health issues. Like, it doesn't. One of those things doesn't jive with the other. Someone who you would have a hard time forgetting. So why were you so damn eager to forget her? She was one of those people in whose loss you feel the world is a little darker. Saddens all of us who knew her. Miss McLaughlin spent 3 months in hospital in 2017. He said several years later, she lost her beloved mother, who had been by her side throughout her ill health. The U.S. Embassy in Switzerland confirmed Miss McLaughlin's death in the country. In a statement on Monday night, she is reported to have died on Friday after receiving care from a Swiss-assisted dying organization that was not Exit Inter... Jeez. Everything about this is so dystopian. The name of the company is called Exit International. Man. Where do they come up with this shit? That's so cynical sounding. My god. They're just trying to, like, butter it up as, like, double... They're just trying to make, like self-deletion as attractive as possible. It's so gross. So what's the other one? And how... And they're both based out of Switzerland? Switzerland. What kind of company is you producing over there? It is known when Miss Laughlin decided to take her own life as she traveled to Switzerland earlier this summer with the intention of becoming the first person to use the sarcopod. So what did she use instead? What's sarco backwards? Oh, what would she use the okra's the okra's sack? I don't know. Like, how there's now a capitalistic competition for best suicide booth provider. This is dark, man. I did not realize how dark this fucking story was. The machine, the name of which is taken from sarcophagus, is meant to allow the euthanasia patient inside it to press a button and die within seconds. According to Nietzsche's company, Exit International, the pod, which looks like something out of a sci-fi film, has been likened to a Tesla car. Really? I don't get Tesla car from this. Not even a little bit. I don't... that's a weird comparison. Fills with nitrogen to starve the occupant of oxygen, rendering the patient unconscious before they die. Okay, so it's just oxygen deprivation. Reports emerged in early July that the first patient would use the device within the month, but Exit and its subsidiary, The Last Resort, later held a press conference saying it would instead be, quote, within the year. The Last Resort? God. These fucking companies, man. It's like, oh yeah, this is clever. Would-be users would have to fill in an online survey before being given a pod's location and an access code like a delivery mailbox. God, I hate everything about this. Then inside the capsule, they confirm who they are, where they are, and if they know what happens when they press the button. If they go ahead, a flood of nitrogen lowers the oxygen level from 21% to just 1%, supposedly killing them in 30 seconds. Nietzsche said he designed the Sarco in order to create a peaceful, reliable, drug-free method of assisted dying. Yeah, let's just make it as convenient as possible. Let's just automate the whole thing. Why not that? Jeez. Ace are primed. What debauchery is happening here? I'm covering a story about a woman who was scheduled to go to Switzerland to die via suicide booth, only to get poached by another company, apparently. And their, I guess, better suicide booth, like, slaps booth. This thing can kill a person in 30 seconds. And then the next guy is like, ha! Slaps his own. This baby can take care of you in 20. Ugh, I hate this whole thing. Death takes place through hypoxia and hypocapnia, oxygen and carbon dioxide deprivation, respectively. There's no panic, no choking. He claimed, insisting that the capsule has been through thorough testing. Really? How many fucking animals and shit did you kill with this thing before you put it out on the market? He has even said that he will probably use the Sarco in his final days instead of being in a miserable state while seriously ill. Why would you just assume that you're going to be in a miserable state? Swiss prosecutors previously warned earlier that anyone assisting someone in using the pods could face up to 5 years behind bars. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Schaffhausen Canton Public Prosecutor Peter Stitcher warned of, quote, serious consequences for Nietzsche for, quote, inducement and aiding and abetting suicide for selfish reasons. God, remember back in the 90s, there was that huge controversy over that, what was his name? Dr. Kevorkian. Remember that guy? I feel like he's, like, the first, like, doctor who, like, made a public splash advocating for, like, assisted suicide. But the culture at the time was like, yeah, no, this guy's evil. Fuck off. And now here we are 20 years later, and it's like, oh no, we've got booths. You just kind of slip into the booth and push a button and you're good to go. Well, you're good to go to heaven, I guess. Or hell. Oh my god. I get a Viagra pill vibe from it, which is ironic because you'll also be hard at using this thing. Rigor mortis joke. Yeah, that's what was common when people were hung from the gallows. Is because of the oxygen deprivation and the way the blood flow was changed. It was normal for guys to get erections as they choked to death in the gallows. So yeah, it's probably going to trigger a similar response in guys here, actually. So, no oxygen, painless. I know, right? It doesn't sound painless. The roller coaster is still the most sinister one I've seen by far. The roller coaster? What's the roller coaster? I don't know what the roller coaster is. That sounds very ominous. Let's see. In a letter obtained by Swiss media, Stitcher said there's no reliable information about the method of killing. It is completely unclear who has control over which mechanical process during the dying process. Well, it sounds like the person who's dying is the one pushing the button. So, the doctor's plans to use Sarco for the first time also caused uproar from pro-life organizations. Yeah, that makes sense. James Mildred, Director of Engagement at CARE, said, Philip Beachy's device has been condemned by a broad range of commentators. Many people feel that it trivializes and even glamorizes suicide. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of unquestionable, to be honest. I mean, when you're, like, forming companies with names like The Last... What was it called? The Last... Where is it? Crap. Where was it? Exit International and The Last Resort. Like, you're like coming up with these clever capitalistic names for this shit. You're making it like, oh yeah, you just get in the pod, the door closes, and then you push a button and you die. It's like, yeah, this is trivialization and absolutely. And glamorization. Yeah, I could see it, but I think that one's more arguable. We believe that suicide is a tragedy that good societies seek to prevent in every circumstance. There are ethical ways to keep human beings that don't involve the destruction of life. To help human beings that don't involve the destruction of life. And now, the whole thing about this is, and this was the thing with Dr. Kevorkian back in the day too, was like, people that are like terminally ill and they have like 6 months to live, and they're in like inescapable, horrible pain for that duration, all the way up till they die. Then it's like, should they be allowed to end their own life because they're gonna die anyway, and they'd rather avoid all the pain, you know? And I could honestly see the argument for that, but it just seems bad to me. I don't know what it is, but gut instinct says that's where it starts, and it's only going to go downhill from there. I mean, hell, we've seen it in Canada, where the MAID program, like, MAID program was literally initiated under the guise of that, exactly what I just described, and now it's, like, being prescribed for, like, people who were diagnosed with, like, really menial mental conditions. Like, oh, you're depressed. I subscribe death. It's like, like, shit like that's happening in Canada now. Like, where they're just, like, prescribing death, where, like, they could just as easily prescribe, like, medication or therapy. Like, it's like, nah, just go ahead and die. They're even doing it to kids in Canada now. And I think that's, like, the whole problem with this. It's like, they'll use this whole thing about, you know, letting people in horrific pain that are gonna die anyway, basically go out without, you know, having to suffer through all that pain. That's how they get the foot in the door. And then it just turns into the 7th biggest cause of death in Canada, which is, I think, where the MAID program sits right now. So, it's like, it spirals out of control, especially in the West, where we really do have a death cult, like I explained at the beginning. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Your explanation of the roller coaster got censored? Uh-oh. What? No way. Oh yeah, I don't see it. They're straight up telling vets with PTSD to off themselves. Yeah, exactly. Is self-termination ever moral? No. As a Christian, no, never. I think the secularists this is very much a secularist kind of debate. Anybody who's religious, pretty much every religion that I could think of has, like, no suicide allowed, basically. So, no, it's never moral, I don't think. And I think that the thing is that they use that moral argument of, like, the pain, like I said, to basically just wedge their foot in the door, and then all of a sudden, you're killing, you know, your tax dollars are going towards killing tens of thousands of people every year, which is what's happening in Canada. You know, so it's like, Yeah, maybe let's not let that door open. Maybe. Uh, so, I have an idea of the Death Coaster. Shall I send it to you, Helmsman? Yeah, do it. Do it, do it, do it. The only ancient pro-off-yourself cultures I've seen are Aztecs and Japanese. The Aztecs even had a goddess for the act. Oh, yeah. Like, there's a lot of ancient cultures from the old world that they consider, like, voluntary sacrifice like a noble and holy thing to do. So, yeah, but, like, modern religions and stuff like that, no, that's just, I don't know any modern religion where, like, yes, that's cool. Anyway, yeah, send me this roller coaster thing. Throw it into, put it in the reaction video suggestions thread in under the main deck channel, and just at me with it. If you're, I don't know if you're in the Discord, there should be a link in the description for the stream. You can hop in there, read the directions, please, so you actually get the right access. And yeah, send it to me. Anyway, enough about this. I didn't realize how dark this was gonna get. I mean, it sounded dark, obviously, but I thought that she, like, you know, went for a hike and then some, like, you know, highway robbers murdered her or something like that. And I was like, that is a ironic twist of fate, you know. But turns out, no, she just went to a rival suicide booth company because there's more than one in Switzerland. Again, what the hell is going on in Switzerland? I wouldn't be surprised if Scientology had a pamphlet on how to offer yourself correctly. That's not a religion, though. That's a cult. They are not the same. Okay, enough about this. Next we have... Okay. Time to get updates on what's going on with the Olympics. What's going on over there in good old Paris? I already covered the lead up to it. Not going to talk about that again. But what's been going on? Well, to start, Olympics triathlete Julian Vermeulen rips officials after swimming in polluted Seine River. Felt and saw things that we shouldn't think about. I think I actually covered this in my last stream too, how, like, they were worried that the Seine River wasn't going to be cleared to be clean enough for swimmers to swim in, and they were, like, engaging in, like river cleanup and, like, antibacterial treatment, like, 24/7, like, literally up to the point where where they fired off the gun to start the race, pretty much. Like, it was a big problem, and it doesn't sound like they made it all the way there. Seine is one of the filthiest in Europe. Yeah, the Seine is up there. It's right up there with, like, the Thames. The Thames? I think that's how you say it, the Thames. Okay, an Olympic triathlete shared her disgusting experience of swimming in the Seine as she blasted the officials who claimed the polluted river was safe enough to swim in. Julian Vermeulen, representing Belgium at this year's games, said that she felt debris in the water during her 1,500-meter swim in the iconic French River at the beginning of the women's triathlon on Wednesday. While swimming under the bridge, I felt and saw things that we shouldn't think about too much, she told Flemish TV channel VTM, according to the Metro. Vermeulen finished in 24th place. She said she had ingested a lot of water during the race and was concerned with what it would do to her body. Poor woman. We'll know tomorrow if I'm sick or not, she said. It doesn't taste like Coca-Cola or Sprite, of course. I can appreciate that she at least has some kind of a sense of humor about it. You know, she's got her wits about her. I can appreciate that. Let's see. The women, oh God, I'm reading this article. French pole vaulter misses Olympic final after manhood catches on crossbar. Oh God, I fucking hate articles like that, to be honest. I hate the fact that the Olympics is totally fine to sexualize the guys with their junk and their bulges and stuff. But, like, the moment you say, like, hey, that girl's got a nice ass, you know, like a volleyball team or something like that, that you get called, like, a sexist pig and all this other shit. And it's like, fuck you. Fuck all you. The woman dove into the water after officials gave the green light, signaling the water was clean and safe enough, that's the key word, enough, to compete, and reports of high levels of E. coli and other bacteria. Well, that was confirmed. It wasn't just reported. I mean, that was confirmed. Like, there was, like, dangerously high levels of E. coli in the river. In June, tests found the level of E. coli in the water was 10 times above the acceptable levels, according to CBS News. It's like a whole order of magnitude. Jeez. The E. coli bacteria is often linked to fecal matter and can cause diarrhea, urinary tract infections, pneumonia, and sepsis. Which is like you can... Those are serious... Oh my god, dude. Like, you could die from some of that shit. Like, sepsis is no joke. Like, you could die from that shit. Despite the improvement on the water quality levels in the last hours, the readings at some points of the swimming course are still above the acceptable limits, organizers had said. Training events leading up to the races in the river were canceled because of the water quality, and the men's triathlon was postponed from Tuesday to Wednesday. You'd think they would have thought about this. Because they had how many years to prepare for this shit? You'd think they'd have thought about this. You know? Like, this seems like a major oversight. But what else is new at the Paris Olympics, right? Oh my god. Cholera warnings? Oh god. The synchronized swimming swimsuits are almost dental floss in a certain area. Yeah, I know. Like, I watched a synchronized swimming thing. Because it was, like, on Facebook or whatever. And it was, like, it's honestly impressive what they're able to do. Like, with the synchronized swimming. Like, considering what they're doing and how they're able to keep in sync doing what they're doing, it's actually impressive. But man, they are camel toeing like nobody's business. Like, you know that they have that they all are very smoothly shaved down there, because there's a really good chance that shit starts peaking when they're doing all that work. In preparation to hold the Olympics in Paris, officials undertook an ambitious plan, including $1.5 billion in infrastructure improvements to clean up the long-polluted Seine. They were insistent that the swimming portion of the triathlon and the marathon swimming events could safely be held in the river. Vermeulen called out the same officials for allowing the world-class athletes to compete in such polluted waters. The Seine has been dirty for 100 years, so they can't say that the safety of the athletes is a priority. That's bullshit, he said. I agree. Shenanigans. This is bullshit. I would have gotten first instead of 24th if I didn't have to swallow shit, like all the other swimmers I'm sure did. The 30-year-old first-time Olympian said she took precautions before the race. I took probiotics. I drank my Yakult. The fuck is Yakult? I couldn't do more. I had the idea of not drinking water, but yes, it failed. Dude, yeah, like swimmers, like you're gonna take on water. Like, there's no way to avoid it. You know, when you're doing this shit, when you're getting that breath, you know, water's getting in there. It's impossible to not. It was now or never, and they couldn't cancel the race completely either. Now they just have to hope that there won't be too many sick athletes. At the end of the races, France's Cassandra Begrund and Britain's Alex Yee took home the gold medal in their respective races. Oh my gosh. Set the image of the roller coaster, even found with an explanation attached. Okay. The synchronized swimming swimsuits are... Oh, I already read that one. Okay. So, that's what's going on with the triathlon. What else is going on? This is the big one, chat. This is the big controversial one right here. 2 boxers are cleared to compete in the Olympics as women, despite being disqualified from the World Championships last year, as former athletes claim that, quote, gender ideology will get women killed. Yeah. You want to know why it's going to get women killed? Because women refuse to stand up for themselves in women's sports. They refuse to do it. Like, if during these Olympics, every woman just refused to compete against a man, that shit would end overnight. But they don't do it. They don't do it. And it's like, I understand that, like, the Olympics, like, these are young people who have trained their whole lives for this one day, right? So it's really hard to say, like, I'm gonna sit aside, this thing that I've literally dedicated my whole life to getting to. You know what I mean? Like, I totally understand that, but like, no woman seems to want to do it in any setting, whether it be like all the way down to like high school and shit like that. Like, bro, it doesn't, in high school, who cares? And yet they still don't do it. And the thing is, I'll bet that even when one of them gets clocked the right way and dies in the ring, they still won't do it. I don't know what it's going to take, honestly. I don't even think one getting killed will be enough for women to stand up to themselves. It's almost like women and like feminists like finally found a group of men that they were willing to be subservient to. And it happens to be men who pretend to be women. Imani Khalif of Algeria and Lin Yuting of Taiwan are the boxers in question. Yeah, there's two of them. I know that Imani Khalif is the one who's making all the news right now, but there's there's another one that's competing as well. This Lin Yuting. Two boxers who were banned from the World Championships for being deemed biologically male have been cleared to compete at the Olympics as women. A row has erupted in Paris after it emerged that Imani Khalif of Algeria and Lin Yuting of Taiwan were thrown out of the tournament last year amid questions over their biological sex. But IOC bosses said that both meet the eligibility criteria and will box over the coming days. What in the fuck is the eligibility criteria? Like, I'm sorry, but... oh my gosh. The video of the woman that lasted 46 seconds is just heartbreaking. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about here. That doesn't sit right with me. You mean women? What? Let's see. Pair were disqualified. I read that. No, I didn't read that. Northern Ireland great Barry McGugan described the situation as shocking, while a former Olympian claimed that gender ideology will get women killed. Again, I'm so curious, like, what in the hell are the IOC's eligibility criteria? Like, if you're allowing people with XY chromosomes to compete in the women's category, I think you need to rethink your eligibility criteria. The pair were disqualified for the Women's World Boxing Championships in March 2023 in New Delhi after a series of DNA tests were ordered amid concerns over the sex of some of those taking part. At the time, Umar Kremlev, president of the International Boxing Association, claimed the tests had proven the athletes, including Khalif and Yuting, had XY chromosomes, which is like, okay, you're clearly trans women or whatever. Like, I swear to God, you remember Fallon Fox? Fallon Fox was like he was like the first person who like made kind of shock people with this kind of shit. He was a UFC fighter who just decided, I'm trans. Like, he spent his whole life as a man, right? And then one day he's like, I'm a woman now. And then he's cleared to fight against other women in the UFC. And he ends up, like, cracking a woman's skull in the ring. Which is, like... He got really, really close to killing a woman in the ring. In the UFC. And... everybody got all up in arms about it. You know? It's like, it's only a matter of time before a woman actually does get killed. I'm surprised that none of them have actually been paralyzed yet. I know that there was a story about like the volleyball player. There was a volleyball player who they allowed a trans woman onto the court, and that trans woman spiked a ball at a woman and paralyzed her. So I know that happened. So it's just like, how far do we have to go with this? How far do we have to go before we start putting our heads back on straight? He added that they uncovered athletes who were trying to fool their colleagues and pretend to be women. Yeah, look at this. Like, look at... There's nothing about this that says woman. And, like, don't give me the intersex thing. The whole intersex thing. People who are intersex are still easily categorized into male or female. Like, that's a bullshit argument. This guy clearly belongs in the male category. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, this is the other one. I don't know what. I think this is the one here. But yeah, look at the arms. Like, when women get all muscly, they don't look like this. This is not what muscly women arms look like. Same thing with this. Look at this. This doesn't look like a woman's shoulder. You know? Like, even a toned woman's shoulder doesn't look like this. So, let's see here. But the IBA has been stripped of the right to run Olympic boxing competitions amid concerns over governance, and the IOC say all athletes involved are eligible to compete, with current rules viewed as more relaxed than those of the IBA. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, even in boxing, even in UFC, there are really strict categories and belts that they compete with that are based off of weight class, because small differences in weight and size mean a lot in combat sports. Which is why even in the same, when it's an all guys league or an all girls league, within those leagues, they're very heavily segregated in very specific weight classes because of how much of a difference slight physiognomy differences are in the ring, and it's done in the name of fairness. So the fact that they have like these relaxed rules, like in the Olympics, where things should be more strict than pretty much everywhere else, is just completely backwards. He doesn't belong in the male category. He probably only came this far fighting women. Came this far for fighting women. I don't know. I don't know what his background is. I know that I've seen video of the Italian, this Angela Carini, fighting previously, but I've never seen footage of the guy fighting previously, because I think he was ranked like really low. He was ranked like down in like the hundreds or something like that, and then he's like, "No, I'm a woman now," and he shoots to the top of the rankings and goes to the Olympics. It's like, fuck, dude. Like, clearly, there is clearly a motivation here outside of, I feel like I'm really a woman. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. Especially when you I was like, oh, I feel like a woman now, but you make no effort at all, obviously, to even, pass as one, look like one. It's like, bro, we know you're lying. Come on. Following last year's ban, the Algerian Olympic Committee hit back, claiming the disqualification was part of a, quote, conspiracy to stop them from winning a gold medal, and said medical reasons were behind high testosterone levels. Well, there's also those XY chromosomes that do some things to you. Wait, does this guy... Wait. Does he have, like... Does he have male equipment down there? Because if he does, then, that's probably your source of testosterone. Let's see here. After the disqualification, Mexico's Brianda Tamara came forward with her own experience of fighting Khalif early in the tournament. Oh, okay, so this is last year. When I fought with her, I felt very out of my depth, she wrote on X. Her blows hurt me a lot. I don't think I had ever felt that in my 13 years as a boxer, nor am I sparring with men. Thank God that day I got out of the ring safely, and it's good that they finally realized. Yeah, you hear that story a lot. We heard it with Fallon Fox, we're hearing it here, and I bet you that if I did some digging, I can dig up a dozen other stories where, like, women get into the ring with a man, and then they're like, yeah, that is not that impact is not that of another woman. That is a dude hitting me. Like, you can't explain it until you experience it. Like, I remember, like, I had a friend who had a big sister, and she and he would, like, wrestle growing up all the time. And one time when he was like 11 or 12 years old, and she was like 15 or 16 or something like that. She told him, "Hey, use all your strength," because because they're just like play wrestling, right? And she always thought that like she was like the bigger sister, so she would always dominate him. Until she told him at 12 years old, with her being like 15 or 16 years old, to use his full strength, and he completely dominated her. He went, "Okay," and she told me this story like a couple years ago, and she was just like, "Man, dude, like there is such a physiological difference between men and women." And it's like, I didn't like really think that the differences were that big until I told my 4 years younger brother to go full out on me, and he just destroyed me, even though I was like in the process of maturing and he wasn't yet. And that humbled the hell out of me, basically. So, unlike shooting or chess, this is reliable 90% on genes and fitness. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are plenty of games and competitions and sports and stuff where there is much more parity among the sexes. It's strange though, because like, I could swear that I saw a thing about chess, which has absolutely no reliance on physical ability, right? And they did like it was some kind of study where they did like top players and of both genders and stuff like that, and they did the analysis and came and basically found out that like, despite the fact that there's like no physical differences, the men were still like consistently better at women than women, which I was like, how? You know what I mean? But then at the same time, it like, once you think about it a little bit, it starts to make sense pretty quick, because it's like, okay, if like there's so much physiological differences between men and women, from legs to hips to muscle mass to bone density to kinetics and weight distribution, power generation, quick twitch versus slow twitch, all these things that basically span from head to toe. Why would those differences stop or skip the brain? You know what I mean? Of course they don't skip the brain. Of course there's differences between male and female brains. So like, even like competitions of like mental skill, you see differences spring out between men and women. It's really interesting. So let's see. But Khalifa, a welterweight, is due to fight Italy's Angela Carini on Thursday. So this released before the fight happened. According to feminist website Redux, both are impacted by a difference of sexual development. A series of medical conditions identified at birth where genitalia is atypical in relation to chromosomes. McGugan is among those questioning the situation. It's shocking that they were actually allowed to get this far. What is going on? Okay, so it sounds like this is an intersex man. That's what this sounds like. I think that's the guy right here. It's intersex guy. Elsewhere, Nancy Hogshead, the American swimmer who won 3 golds at the 1984 games, waded into the row, claiming that, quote, gender ideology will get women killed. Hogshead wrote, Imani Khalif of Algeria and Lin Yuting of Taiwan are scheduled to compete in women's Olympic boxing, despite being disqualified last year for having XY chromosomes, the male phenotype. Let's remind ourselves that males, however they identify, pack a punch that is 162% more powerful than women. The biggest performance gap between men and women. True. Gender ideology will get women killed. One X user added, men punching women is now officially an Olympic sport. Yeah, this dude He didn't win a gold. He's not winning in boxing. He's winning in domestic violence. An IOC spokesperson said all athletes participating in the boxing tournament comply with the competition's eligibility and entry regulations, as well as all applicable medical regulations in accordance with the Paris 2024 boxing unit. Well, then your regulations aren't strict enough. Like, oh my god, it's so... Anyway, so he's allowed to compete, and then... Wow, I was at the bottom of the article for some reason. Holy crap, this is a long article. Up, and then this happens. Emotional moment, female boxer dedicates qualifying for the Olympics to her dead father, only to ultimately lose to biologically male opponent, but dignified Italian says she hopes Imane Khalif carries on to the end. Yeah, she ended up apologizing to him. Just, again, women refuse to stand up for themselves to these people. This is why I think that not even if one dies will it be enough to get women to stand up for themselves. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. Oh, man. An Italian female boxer who celebrated qualifying for the Olympics in honor of her late father was today defeated by her biologically male opponent. The controversial bout saw Italy's Angela Carini and her Algerian opponent Imane Khalif in the ring for just 46 seconds before the Italian threw down her helmet, yelling, "This is unjust." Yep. Resurfaced footage from the Olympic qualifiers that determined Carini broke down in tears as she showed an image of her dead father to reporters before saying, "Until the end, I fought with blood in my eyes because I wanted this victory at all costs. It's just for my father." Yeah, this is vile. And I know that this is like an emotional, a plea to emotion. But what can I say? It's working. She explained how she told her dad she was tired, and that the training was intense, but promised him she would never give up. Despite her motivation to claim victory during Thursday's bout, however, the 25-year-old ultimately refused the handshake, fell to the canvas sobbing, having received just 2 punches from Khalif, who had been banned from a major boxing contest before the Olympics. Yeah. We have these pictures. I think that's her taking that... I think it was a cross. I think she took a cross to the face. Yeah, that's a cross right there. She's fading. That's a good-looking fade, I have to say. She's got her guard up. She's got her head up, her chin down. I mean, that's a clean fade or a slip. Look at this. Yes, I am female. Hear me roar. Look at this. This dude looks like he's like on the bench at a basketball game. Doesn't look like he's a fucking boxer. But the dignified Italian athlete rose above the unjust defeat, saying of Khalif, "I wish her to carry on until the end and that she can be happy. I am someone who doesn't judge anyone. I am not here to give judgments. I simply entered the ring to fight and to fight for my dream. It didn't happen. Evidently, God and my father wanted this, and I accept that." Wow. Just laid over. Just laid over. I don't judge judgment. I'm not here to give judgments. You know what? I think the world could use a bit more judgment. Khalif was thrown out of last year's World Championships after failing testosterone tests carried out to establish gender qualification. During today's bout, after the match was stopped, the referee raised Khalif's hand in the air, but a visibly furious Carini yanked her own hand away from the fight official and walked off. Ignoring the Algerian, the Italian fighter then plunged to her knees and burst into tears as she said she had never felt such strong blows in a contest before. Yeah, because he had never went full strength against a dude. Speaking after the match, the heartbroken Italian said, "I'm used to suffering. I've never taken a punch like that. It's impossible to continue. I'm nobody to say it's illegal." God, it's just sad. It just saddens me, Chad. I'm not mad about it. I'm just sad about it because getting mad doesn't do anything. Like, at some point, the women are just going to have to stand up for themselves, and I just don't know what it's going to take. I swear to God, it's like these dudes are like, invading women's sports, and it's like they're using women's natural goodwill against themselves. You know, it's really vile. I got into the ring to fight, but I didn't feel like it anymore after the first minute. I started to feel a strong pain in my nose. I didn't give up, but a punch hurt too much, and so I said, enough. I'm leaving with my head held high. Okay. She said she did not walk away from the fight as a protest against her opponent's inclusion, but that was a decision for the Olympics to consider. She was taken away from medical assessment to examine the seriousness of her facial injuries, which included a bruised nose. Karini added, I entered the ring and told myself I have to take out all of myself independently from the person I had in front of me. And honestly, I don't care. I said to myself, this is my Olympics. Independently from all controversy, I just want to carry on and win. I mean, I get that. At a point, you just have to you just have to grin and bear it. I understand that. But you know what? I can't imagine it doesn't eat at her. Can't imagine it. I'm not one that easily surrenders. Even if they told me, let's not fight, I would not have accepted it. I am a fighter. My father taught me to be a warrior. When I'm in the ring, I use that mindset, the mindset of a warrior, a winning mindset. This time, I couldn't make it. You all saw my nose that started bleeding. I didn't lose tonight. I just surrendered with maturity. Well, you don't surrender when you're winning. I am not in the position of saying this is right or wrong. I am not. I did my job as a boxer, entering the ring and fighting. I didn't manage to. Did she get even a single punch off on him? Because it says that it only took 2 punches. And he landed the second one with that cross, I guess. And that was it. Did she get a single punch off on him? I don't know if she did. I'm a mature woman. The ring is my life. I've always been very instinctive, but when I feel something is not going well, it's not a surrender, but having the maturity to stop. Karina's coach in the mixed zone after the fight said, I don't know if her nose is broken. I have to speak with the girl, but many people in Italy tried to call and tell her, don't go, please. It's a man. It's dangerous for you. Yeah, base Italians. After the fight, the Algerian Boxing Federation gloated about Khalif's victory. Of course they did, because they're fucking globalist bugmen. Posting on Facebook, congratulations to the Algerian boxer Iman Khalif, who responds strongly in the ring and qualifies for the quarterfinals after defeating the Italian Angelina Carini in less than 46 seconds effortlessly. Don't you want, like, good, fair competition, though? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you know, from an entertainment point of view, you want matches to generally be even because lopsided matches aren't entertaining. You know, in WWE wrestling, there's a term for lopsided matches. It's called squash matches. And it's literally just one guy completely destroying the other. And that's it. And it's like, it's not entertaining. You know? You would think that they would want, like, even fights, even purely for an entertainment perspective. And, like, longer fights that are evenly matched are better stories to tell as well. Because that requires back and forth between the fighters. You can talk about perseverance, all of this kind of stuff. When you just have someone go in, take 2 punches, and quit, that's not a story. That's not a story that's good to tell. Speaking as she left the ring, the Algerian boxer added, God willing, this is the first victory. God is willing me to the golden one. Bosses at the IOC are now facing a furious backlash following the fight, with former Prime Minister Liz Truss blasting the clash. Writing on Twitter, the former Tory MP said, when will this madness stop? Men cannot become women. Why is the British government not objecting to this? British Olympic hero Shannon Davies also weighed into the controversy, raging, this is shocking. The IOC are a bloody disgrace, in effect legalizing beating up females. This must stop. What the hell's the matter with them? While Harry Potter and author J.K. Rowling branded the contest insanity, in a post yesterday, the gender-critical author wrote, what will it take to end this insanity? A female boxer left with life-altering injuries. A female boxer killed? Nope. It'll take something more than that. I don't know what. But I don't even think a female boxer getting killed will change it. Because, again, this isn't driven by science or anything, or rationality. It's driven by ideology. And, you know, the ideology is such that a few people getting sacrificed is worth it. So, that's why I don't think that one of them getting killed is going to change anything. I'm not going to go on in depth here. this goes on and on and on, and a lot of it's just like snap, Instagram photos of the fighter. But yeah, it's really sad to watch this all unfold. Men fighting women by just saying trans feel like an injustice. Yeah, it really does. It's disgusting. And as a result of this, Mike Tyson says he's willing to box Olympic dude with all proceeds to go to a battered women's charity. I know who wrote this odyssey of an article. I'm not reading all that. This isn't gonna happen. I just think it's fucking hilarious. I think that Mike Tyson coming out of retirement to box, is it Logan Paul or Jake Paul? One of the Pauls. Which Paul became a boxer? I can't remember. Because Tyson comes out of retirement and he trains like an absolute beast. I saw his training videos, like prepping for the Jake Paul or whatever fight. And holy shit, dude. Like even now he's just like, damn, I would not want to fight that guy. I almost feel like he's like itching for a fight because he like put in all that work only for the fight to get canceled. He's like getting like blue balled, but he's getting you like boxing blue balled basically. And he's like, I want to fight someone, damn it. I didn't want all this training to go to waste. And speaking of Jake Paul, or Logan Paul, whichever one it is, I don't have it up because this is off the top of my head, but he actually came out in support of the Italian fighter too. He did a tweet where he was like, yeah, this is bullshit. This dude should never have been allowed to get into the women's division. This is an injustice. He basically took that side, which is like rare Paul win, I guess. Tyson has a body of steel and a mind of a killer. He does, dude. Like, if you listen to interviews of Tyson, he's actually like terrified of himself. Because he's like said it before in interviews. He's like, once I get into that mode of like full on fighting in the ring, like he terrifies himself because he basically like has like absolutely no restraint. He treats it like a life or death situation, essentially. And he's like, yeah, like that mentality is what gets people killed. And I'm kind of afraid of myself for that. So yeah, he like literally has the mind of a killer when he's like in that mode. It's kind of scary. All right, we're going to move on from this because we have some positivity to come out of the Olympics. There's a bright light in this. And that's the pistol sharpshooting competitions. There has been so much good shit coming out of this category. Olympic shooters become viral sensations as they secure silver medals in Paris. To Turkey send a hitman to main character energy. Oh man. So it wasn't just this guy, this fucking legend here. There was also the Koreans who also did some meme and some memey stuff. It's just been nothing but great watching the stuff come out of this competition. So a pair of Olympians have taken over social media while becoming the meme darlings of these 2024 Summer Games for their vastly contrasting styles during the shooting events in Paris. South Korean sharpshooter Kim Yeji, who claimed a silver medal in the women's 10-meter air pistol event on Sunday, was the first to become the apple of the internet's eye as she cruised to the podium looking like a villain straight out of a James Bond film. Yeah, they wear all of this gear. I'd never watched this competition before, but like apparently like this is like an artificial like focusing lens. So like it doesn't enhance their vision. It just like forces it through like this little targeting reticule. And then this one over here is like a blinder. Right? So that it forces them to aim with just one eye open. And here's this dude over here. He's just got like his reading glasses. And he like wins the silver with his reading glasses. It's amazing. Let's see. But it wasn't her get-up from Paris making social media rounds, but rather clips and photos from her performance at the ISSF World Cup in May that started circulating over the weekend and vaulted the 31-year-old into instant internet fame. Rocking a black backwards hat, a Fila zip-up sweater, some wild Matrix-style eyewear, and her left hand tucked in her pocket, Kim nonchalantly fired bullets at the target before flipping up her video game-looking glasses to check her score. But this is normal, though. That's the thing. Like, all shooters take like a hand in pocket kind of position. They don't all like just put their hands in their pockets, but they just kind of have their hand in a position on their waist, because they need their arm. It's like a dead arm, but they can't have it dangling because they're trying to be like super duper precise with where they're shooting, and like a dangling arm. It's going to, like, you move your arm a little bit, it's going to ever so slightly throw off your balance, you know? And it's going to adjust where you're, even if you can't really tell, it'll happen. And so they have to brace their arm against their waist like that. So it doesn't move, and they can basically reach like a perfectly still firing position. Let's see. Kim then barely reacts at all upon finding out she broke a world record at the 25-meter air pistol event. Just an incredible display of badassery on all levels. It's true. I'm not going to play this because I know that this isn't the Olympics, but I don't want to get copyright claim because the internet or the Olympics are pricks about that. So I'm not going to play anything. The internet predictably had an absolute field day, pumping out some of the best reactions and memes we'll see during these Olympics. Kim's immaculate stance, demeanor, style, and overall coolness set social media ablaze. This girl is a movie character. Like, how is she real? Oh, man. Yeah, see, there's that blinder. It's wild with the things that they can wear. Talk about her. Just go on and on and on about... Damn, look at the size of that thing. That's a huge fucking airsoft pistol. Jeez, or not airsoft, it's like an air rifle. Oh my gosh, the only reason they can hit anything with that stance is because the grips on those pistols are molded for one-handed shooting. Oh, yeah, it's a very specific... Yeah, they can't use two hands, all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, it's designed for one-handed pistol shooting. Oh my god, her daughter's elephant doll was with her during the Olympics. Kim Ye-ji is mothering. God, I fucking hate the zoomer speak. Mothering. Making her character even more irresistible is the fact that she also appeared to be in full mom mode while blasting bullets through a target with her pistol. Kim was spotted holding a plush elephant doll, which was reportedly a gift from her daughter. That is fucking super cute, though. Now the fun doesn't end there, as Kim wasn't the only Olympic shooter catching the eye of fans, albeit for slightly different reasons. To me, this is the real star right here. Yusuf Dikek, I don't know how to say that, of Turkey, who, like Kim, blasted his way to a silver medal in Paris, rose to instant internet fame because he just looks so damn chill. This dude rules. Turkey sent a 51-year-old old guy with no specialized lenses, eye cover, or ear protection, and got a silver medal, with both eyes open, by the way. At 51 years old, non-shooting hand in his pocket, draped in a wrinkled white t-shirt, and rocking no ear protection or special eyewear of any kind, the Turkish shooter emanated the most casual and terrifying vibes one could possibly have while pointing a gun at something. It's true. This guy is fucking awesome. This guy just looks like he's just like having a day off. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't even look like he's like in the Olympics. He looks like he's just out on the range. Oh man, the ergonomics of pneumatic rifles and pistols are on a whole new level. I don't know. I haven't really fired airsoft or whatever guns before, so Jacek and teammates, oh god, Saval, Elida, Tarhan claimed silver in the mixed team 10-meter air pistol event. 10 meter. What is that, like 60 yards, roughly? Marking the first ever medal in Olympic shooting for Turkey. A former non-commissioned officer for the Gendarmerie General Command, an armed law enforcement organization in Turkey. This is actually Dicek's 5th Olympics. I was going to say, I was reading up on this guy, and like he's been going to the Olympics since 2008. The Turk has participated in shooting events in every Summer Olympics since the 2008 Games in Beijing. He's also a 7-time European champ and 2014 double world champion. No wonder my guy. Yeah, I was going to say, like, no wonder he's so relaxed. Like, he's so used to these high-pressure environments that it doesn't cause any pressure in his mind anymore. Also, 10 meters. I think I got my math wrong. That's like 35, 36 yards or something like that. Not who, but where. The Olympics in France, you've always been our best shooter. It's like a hitman. He does kind of look like a hitman. Immediately, I just retirement from one last job. Who? Not who, but where. The Olympics in France, you've always been our best shooter. Turkey sent a hitman to the Olympics. 51-year-old Yusuf Dicek of Turkey shows up to the Olympics for shooting without special lenses, without ear protector, hand in his pocket and both eyes open, and casually takes home the silver medal. Yeah, what a legend. I saw a meme of that guy photoshopped next to the 2 Pulp Fiction characters, the ones played by Samuel Jackson and John Travolta. Nice. Yeah, there's a ton of memes that I've seen of this guy floating around now. Let's see. He's just the coolest MF on the planet. Oh yeah, this whole story about him, like the ex-wife and all that kind of stuff, none of that's real. That was made up by like a sports meme page on Facebook or whatever. It's very believable though. Dicek does seem to be soaking all the social media stardom in, posting multiple memes to his Instagram page. The R's of Dicek and Kim are bound to cross at some point, and that's exactly what happened as many fans and social media users drew contrasts and comparisons between the 2 pair of silver medalists. Even the official account of the Olympics wanted in other festivities. You know what's hilarious is that nobody knows who the gold medalists are. Nobody knows who actually won the competition. The only people that people know about are the silver medal winners. It's not real. Yeah, it was posted by like a sports meme page. I fired some before. They have different grades, and the ones used at Olympic level shooting feel like something out of a sci-fi movie. They aren't airsoft though, as they fire lead rounds that can kill a small bird or mammal. So they're very, very specialized guns then. Interesting. Turkey shooter gives no headphones. ThinkPad vibes versus Korea girl gives mechanical keyboard vibes. Advanced stats nerd, that boy nice watcher. Number 2 at the podiums, number 1 in our hearts. Bless these 2 legends. Yeah, this was like the one feel-good story that's come out of the Olympics so far. Everything else has been a shit show. I know that the gymnastics had a bit of drama, but overall those have been like positive, at least for the United States, because they lean on Simone Biles, like, for everything. I mean, she's like the best, one of, if not the best gymnast that ever lived, as far as I could tell. So, anyway, so that's like the one good thing that came out of the Olympics, and that's it for the updates on the Olympics that I wanted to cover for tonight. But we're not going to come back to America quite yet. We're going to stay international. Let's talk about Venezuela, because there's some shit going down in Venezuela. You know that when reporters are wearing this, like the flak jacket and the hard helmet with the chin strap, you know that shit's going down. Venezuela is racked with protests and election uncertainty. Here's what to know. So what this is this is basically like an explainer as to what's everything leading up to the election, what's happened with the election, what's happening in the aftermath of the election. So this is pretty long, but it's a pretty good summary. I know it's coming from CNN, but it's a pretty good article from what I could tell. Just covering and summarizing the whole thing. So Venezuela's authoritarian leader Nicolas Maduro, after deadly protests erupted across the country, basically, I mean, what's going on, if in case you don't know, I don't know. I figure everybody in this chat is a little bit more aware of what's going on in the world than normal people. But basically, Maduro, quote-unquote, won the election, but that's being heavily scrutinized. The local opposition is having mass protests and riots and stuff at the streets because they're like, yeah, that's complete bullshit. Like, we have the proof. And there are more and more members of the international community that are also, like, not recognizing Maduro's leadership anymore, including the United States, which is interesting. So Venezuela's opposition and multiple Latin American leaders have refused to recognize Maduro's victory in the July 28th vote, which was announced by the country's electoral authority, a body stacked with the president's allies. Remember, you can vote yourself into communism, but you can't vote yourself out of it. What's that famous quote? Like, it's not about who votes, it's all about who counts the votes. Yeah. At least 11 people have been killed in the protests, according to non-governmental organization Foro Penal, and Venezuelan authorities say that more than 1,000 people have been detained. The AG Tarek William Saab said Wednesday that 77 law enforcement officers had been injured in clashes with protesters and that a National Guard sergeant had been killed on Tuesday. CNN has not yet been able to verify the death toll and has reached out to the Venezuelan police. Meanwhile, an important opposition figure was allegedly kidnapped, according to the supporters, while the country's army, which has long backed Maduro, reaffirmed its support for the strongman. Yeah, I feel like a military coup is the only way out of it at this point. It's either that or the international community, like en masse, basically just does not recognize Maduro as a legitimate leader. And they basically just completely isolate him. But that's not happening either. Because despite the U.S. Being skeptical and not recognizing Maduro as the president, countries like Russia and China are. So he has enough allies in the world to stay afloat. So that's why I feel like the only thing that's going to be able to overthrow this guy is a military coup, which also doesn't seem like that's going to happen soon either. The election was seen as the most consequential poll in years, when Venezuela's stalling democracy and hopes of democracy, okay, whatever you say, hopes of recovering its shattered economy on the line. I mean, yeah, it always has to go too far before something changes. Like, just for once, it'd be nice for, like, a bad thing to happen, and then that get changed before it gets into, like, the worst possible territory. But it always seems to have to get there before change actually happens. Let's see, though Maduro has promised free and fair elections, the process was marred with allegations of foul play, with opposition figures arrested, their key leader banned from running, opposition witnesses allegedly denied access to the centralized vote count, and overseas Venezuelans largely unable to vote. Also, the fact that Maduro's like gang of communist goons were just running into polling places and just tearing and stealing the machines so the votes could be cast. Like, he was sending these gangs into opposition areas, and just and the gangs were just like stealing all the voting machines so that no votes could be cast. So there's also that. Many young opposition supporters said they would leave the country if Maduro was reelected. Well, yeah, you don't think Maduro's gonna like retaliate violently against the opposition? Of course he is. Pointing to the devastating collapse of Venezuela's economy and violent repression under his rule, but an energized opposition movement, which enjoyed strong polling figures prior to the vote, have been seen as the ruling establishment's toughest challenge in 25 years. So, like, the key here is that the opposition candidate is former diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez. I think he came out of retirement, actually, to run. So he stepped into the role after the highly popular center-right leader Maria Corina Machado was barred from running. So this is the famous woman right here that was originally running, and she's the one that really garnered all the support, the opposition support against Maduro, and then Maduro just banned her from running. You know, free and fair elections. And so this dude came out of retirement to step up and take her place in the running. That's what happened there. Who won? The results are disputed. Yeah, no shit. The National Electoral Council officially declared Maduro the winner late Sunday, with 80% of ballots counted. It said Maduro had won 51.2% of the votes, while Gonzalez received 44.2%. 51.2. It's always that perfectly convenient little 1 to 1.5% margin. You know, it's always in that range. It's always just enough to claim majority. God, the counties announced the results and compiled. The contender won with about 65%. Yeah, that's what I see too. That like the opposition. The evidence it seems to be leaning in the opposition side, and it seems like they won in a massive blowout. So like the 65% sounds right. Speaking from the capital, Caracas, Gonzalez and Mercado said that all their tallies had been verified and shared online for the public and global leaders to see, something world leaders and opposition figures have called on the CNE to do. Yeah, that's like the whole thing right now, is that there's a lot of people in the international governments that are like demanding that this National Electoral Council basically release all the voting records. Maduro pledged to release all voting data in a private conversation Monday with Brazilian foreign policy envoy Celso Amorim. Well, didn't Brazil just get taken over by socialists too? So, you know, of course. I'm going to have a private conversation with fellow traveler, Mr. Brazilian man over here. You know, it's like he's going to release it. But, you know, he needs time. He needs time to manipulate the data, chat. Of course. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who's just a flat-out socialist, said the only way to end the electoral dispute in Venezuela is to publish the vote tallies. There is a fight. How do you solve the fight? Publish the tallies, Lula da Silva said in an interview aired on Brazilian broadcaster Globo. Yeah, so even he's saying, like, yeah, you gotta release the tallies, bro. Like, although I guess Lula da Silva is confident that once everything is made public, it'll show that Maduro actually did win, which, I don't know if I'd buy that for $1. Lula said Maduro and the opposition must present their results. Well, the opposition already did. If there are discrepancies, the opposition should file an appeal and await a legal decision, he said. He also criticized the effects of, quote, external management from other countries, adding that the international community has the obligation to accept the results once the tallies are released. Yeah, no, they don't. They really don't. It's like, yeah, there's discrepancies. The opposition should file an appeal and await a legal decision. It's like, yeah, while that happening, how many more members of the opposition party are gonna get disappeared? You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, we filed an appeal and we're awaiting a legal decision. We're following the process, you know? And then he disappears that night. And then it doesn't matter, does it? Losing power could have devastating consequences for Maduro, who is facing drug trafficking and corruption charges in the U.S. and is under investigation for crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court. Which is really saying something, because all of these international organizations are very left-leaning in their politics. So the fact that they're going after Maduro really says something about Maduro. Always remember that. Remember that Bernie Sanders praised Maduro initially until the economy went to absolute shit, and then Bernie Sanders stopped talking about Maduro. Never forget that, chat. Never forget that. Bernie Sanders was a Maduro enjoyer for a bit. If he was to relinquish control without an agreement in place, he could end up in prison. The vote's outcome is expected to be felt across the Americas, including the United States, in the form of migration. Yeah, because it's been shown, like we've proven this, and this is what Trump keeps bringing up, is that Venezuela is literally releasing prisoners en masse and sending them in groups up into the United States. Like, we know that this is happening. Like, it's been shown that this is happening. What are the allegations of foul play? Opposition leaders decried alleged irregularities on Sunday as the votes were being processed and counted. Again, the voters don't matter. The counters matter. The opposition said its witnesses were denied access to the NEC headquarters as votes were being counted. Their presence was supposed to ensure transparency and fairness. Only a very limited number of election observers were allowed to monitor the vote. These include the Carter Center, which said Tuesday night it could not verify the results declared by the CNE, which cannot be considered democratic. Venezuela's electoral process did not meet international standards of electoral integrity at any of its stages and violated numerous provisions of its own national laws. Damn. Think of Venezuelan bolivar is worth a lot less than $1 today. Isn't Maduro also wanted by the ATF? Yes, he is wanted by the ATF. He's wanted by the ATF and the DEA here in America. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the bolivar is worth next to nothing in comparison to $1. The United Nations was also present, with a spokesman saying afterward that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for, quote, complete transparency. And see, again, these are like global, lefty global homo organizations that are like calling Maduro out. It's like Maduro is their guy, and they're calling him out for this shit. So we'll see what happens. And for the electoral body to undertake their work independently and without interference to guarantee the free expression of the will of the electorate. The opposition also alleges that the CNE had halted data being sent from polling stations to the central body, thus preventing more votes from being processed. The government has also been accused of rigging votes in the past, which it has denied. Maduro's government controls almost all state institutions, including the CNE, which was accused in 2017 of manipulating turnout figures by a software company that provided the voting technology. The CNE previously denied the assertion. It's classic socialist. We have investigated ourselves and decided that we have done nothing wrong. It's just classic bullshit. They really reached out. Okay, how are Venezuelans reacting? Like this. That is an amazing image, by the way. Whoever took this photo should be proud of this. This is an incredible image. In Caracas, hundreds of people marched through the streets, waving Venezuelan flags and chanting liberty. Videos from across the country, from Chiralava to Cacaguita, show crowds banging pots, a rattling cacophony so loud it can be heard from far across the entire city. This Latin American practice is known as Cacarelazo, a spontaneous, accessible form of protest also used in Chile and Spain. Dozens of National Guard soldiers in riot gear repressing the mostly peaceful protest. There's that phrase again. The mostly peaceful protests. I can't stand that phrase, dude. I mean, I'm sorry, but like it's the summer of 2020 all over again with these people. We want peace for Venezuela, for our family members. A protester who chose not to be identified. Well, yeah, because he doesn't want to get drug away in the night. Maduro decried the protests on Monday, saying his government knows how to confront the situation and defeat those who are violent. Well, he's just going to deem the whole thing violent. Like, we know how this works, dude. He also claimed, without providing evidence, that the majority of the protesters were hate-filled criminals and that their plan was hatched in the U.S. Oh yeah, the boogeyman of the U.S. Ooh. Got tossed from my stream to Pippa's? What? Uh-oh. Just YouTube being YouTube? Yeah, they don't want me talking about the elections in Venezuela. Oh man. Voluntad Popular said Tuesday that its leader, Freddy Superlano, that's a badass name, Freddy Superlano, has been kidnapped. Oh no! Several people dressed in black allegedly intercepted the car in which Superlano was traveling. forcibly removed him and put him in a van, according to a video the party published on social media. CNN is trying to contact the Venezuelan authorities to get their version of this complaint. A resident of Caracas who did not want to be identified over safety concerns. See, none of these people want to be, because they know that the evil fucking people that they're dealing with, like, none of these people are going to get identified. Around 9:40 a.m., I heard some trucks and brakes. Several hooded individuals with long weapons got out of the gray truck. They started hitting the car windows with their weapons. God, that's fucking terrifying. According to the local, 2 passengers inside the car that was being targeted were then taken. Everything happened in less than 3 minutes. That seems like a long time, actually. This is grimly familiar territory. Previous periods of opposition protests have resulted in harsh crackdowns by the police and military, which have a long history of protecting the Chavismo system, including in 2017 and 2019. The Chavismo system is literally named after Hugo Chavez. God, look at these These photographs are amazing. There's something about, like, the palm trees, like the chaos with the palm trees that just hits different, man. What is the world saying? Okay, so this is where the U.S. comes in. Many regional and world leaders have cast doubt on the results, including the U.S. Despite fucking Kamala Harris's vapid response. Kamala Harris, I don't know if it's... Do I have it up here? I don't think I do. No, I don't have it up. But Kamala Harris basically came out on her political account and just said, it sounded like an AI wrote it, because it just really just insufferable, worthless, wooden language that she's using, and she's like, we must respect Venezuela's process and move past this and honor Maduro as the president and all this other stuff. And then Joe Biden comes in and it's like, no, hold on there, missy. Like, even Joe Biden is more cognizant than Kamala on this. That's how vapid she is. We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will of the votes of the Venezuelan people. It's critical that every vote be counted fairly and transparently, that election officials immediately share information with the opposition and independent observers without delay. I wish we would get that in the U.S. too. The foreign ministers and offices of several European nations, including the UK and Spain, voiced similar concerns. The Organization of American States. What is that? Organization of American States? So the election, I don't know what that is. So the election results could not be recognized due to a lack of transparency and evidence in a 23-page report that found that CNE failed to provide details of the ballots process. Well, yeah, because they need time to cook them. Come on, guys. You know this. It also said that other factors make it impossible to grant democratic recognition to the official results. These include CNE's resistance to national and international observation, a reluctance to allow witnesses from the opposition to enter voting centers, and a contradiction between the announced percentages and the citizen verification exercises. The report accused the Maduro government of political prosecution of opposition leaders, noting in particular Macado's disqualification as a candidate. Yeah, that was fucking ridiculous. It's like, that would be like if Joe Biden just, by official decree, just basically said that Donald Trump can't run for president. Like, that's what happened. It's like, yeah, that's totally legit democracy. Oh, man. Other Latin American countries, including Argentina. I would expect that, because that's Malay land now. Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay refused to recognize the results and had the diplomatic staff in country expelled Monday. Yeah, this is... I don't know how this is going to end up, but... Because the thing is that the military has taken Maduro's side. And I feel like that alone will be enough to keep Maduro in power. The Maduro government accused the nations of being a group of right-wing Washington subordinate governments openly committed to the most sordid fascist ideological positions. Well, at least we can eat and have access to water and electricity. Like, you don't have that, Maduro. Like, you're bitching about the top of the hierarchy of needs when you can't satisfy the bottom of that pyramid in your own country. The Maduro government accused the nations of being... Oh, I remember that. Some of Maduro's close allies like China, Cuba, Iran, and Russia were quick to congratulate him. China, Cuba, Iran, and Russia. Yeah, why am I not surprised? Honestly, he gives a fuck about Cuba. But China, Iran, and Russia, yeah, it's like fucking the new axis of evil, man. On Tuesday, Venezuela's main international airport was rammed with travelers attempting to beat the suspension of commerce flights linking the country to Panama and the Dominican Republic. See, that's now he's like cracking down, not letting people leave the country. Oh my god, dude. So many more people are gonna die in this. So many more people are gonna die, or at least disappear. Venezuela's transport minister said flights were being suspended to those countries over what is considered, quote, interventionist actions of right-wing governments. Panama is considered a major transit hub connecting South, Central, and North America, including the U.S. And this just goes into basically how the economy collapsed. How they were like the 5th largest economy in Latin America. Then they nationalized everything, including the oil. Everything went to shit. Now everybody's dirt poor and eating rats. You know, that's pretty much what's going on over there. But do butt eels pay the bills? We're going to get to butt eels. Not yet. It did it again? Maybe one of your videos that time at least. I do think it's funny that the algorithm thinks that my content is similar to Pippa's. I do find that interesting. Based VTuber. Oh, man. So, it got that now a little bit less serious, but still on Venezuela. Elon Musk calls Maduro a dictator in tech billionaire's latest blow up against a foreign leader. Add Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to the growing list of foreign leaders with whom tech billionaire Elon Musk has picked a fight. Following the results of Venezuela's presidential election, in which Maduro and his opponents each claimed victory, the owner of X took to the social media platform to accuse the self-proclaimed socialist leader of... No, he's a fucking communist. He's worse than a socialist. He's a straight-up communist. Leader of, quote, major election fraud. Shame on dictator Maduro, Musk said Monday. God, that's a tame thing to say. Maduro in turn trashed Musk as the arch-enemy of Venezuela's peace. I think that's the opposition who are protesting and rioting in the streets, not Elon Musk. Officials delayed the release of detailed vote tallies from Sunday's election. Yeah, again, they need time to cook the books after proclaiming Maduro the winner with 51% of the vote, compared with 44% for retired diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez. We already read all this. Musk also retweeted a comment on X by his, quote, friend Argentine President Javier Milei. The numbers announced a landslide opposition by the victory, and the world is waiting for the government to acknowledge defeat after years of socialism, misery, decadence, and death, Milei said. See, that's the kind of language that politicians need to use. Like, honestly, I swear to God, my favorite... Like, I don't really like politicians in general, but two politicians that I like in the world today are Milei and Bukele. Bukele over in... oh, crap, what is it? The one where MS-13 comes out of. Oh, man. El Salvador? I think it's El Salvador. Because they actually speak with, like, actual authority. They don't use, like, political language. They're not vague. They talk like normal people. They can say, yeah, we're going to do this. And then they do it. And then people get mad at them, you know, for, like, doing what they said they were going to do. Because they're not used to that happening with politicians. Now, after this little feud, this happened. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro challenges Elon Musk to a fight on national television. Oh my god. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro challenged Elon Musk to a fight on national television after the Tesla mogul alleged that the country's president election was fraudulent, with Musk later agreeing to a fight. Maduro leave. Venezuelans chose to end the communist dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro. The data announced a crushing victory of the opposition, and the world is waiting for you to recognize the defeat after years of socialism, misery, decadence, and death. Musk wrote in a second post, but I thought that came out of Millet, though. Wait, we just read... Yeah, that's a retweet. Musk didn't say that. Millet said that. You got it wrong, New York Post. Get your quotes quoted correctly. Musk's post quickly caught the attention of Maduro himself, who called the billionaire a threat to Venezuela, and in a bizarre turn, challenged him to a fight on national television. Oh my gosh. Social media creates a virtual reality, and who controls the virtual reality? Our new archenemy, the famous Elon Musk. Do you want to fight? Let's do it, Elon Musk. I'm ready. He continued, I'm not afraid of you, Elon Musk. Let's fight wherever you want. God, he sounds like he's fucking 12 years old. By Wednesday afternoon, as news of Maduro's challenge against Musk spread online, the ex-CEO responded to a tweet about the confrontation, simply writing, I accept. I wish that there was like a glove slap, like across Maduro's cheek. You know, those little dainty little white gloves they would use to like slap each other when they like challenge each other to a duel. Oh man. Okay, we already know that. The card is sent over to Tuesday. Okay, we already went over all this. Okay, so this is it right here. Elon Musk accepts Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro's challenge to fight. Just when you thought 2024 couldn't get any crazier. Maduro. Elon Musk, whoever messes with me, dries up. Whoever messes with Venezuela dries up, Elon Musk. You want to fight? Let's have it, Elon Musk. I love how he says his full name every time. I'm ready. I am not afraid of you. Let's go at it wherever you want. Just say where. Musk. I accept. He will check it out. I fucking love it. And then there's this conspiracy going on online how this whole thing is to draw Maduro into the United States so that he could be arrested. Which would be amazing. Oh my god. They banned the word Olympics? Wait, no way. Really? They banned the word Olympics? No, okay. Holy shit. If that's true. Hang on. What should I change it to? Here. Okay. I think I misspelled it enough. There we go. Olim Pics. Maybe that'll solve that issue. Jeez, man. The Olympics are fucking on their ban game right now. Holy shit. But yeah, there's this whole thing. Reward of up to 15 million. This is real, by the way. There is a reward for Maduro's head in the U.S. of up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest conviction of Nicolas Maduro Moros. And this is narcotics war. This is the DEA, basically. You think Musk is just trying to cash in on that reward? I wonder. Like, I want that $15 million. I'm going to draw him into a fight. Oh my god. My money's on Elon. He is not in that good a shape. That is Conor McGregor. Yeah, the Hugo Chavez statues are being torn down in Venezuela. Yeah. So of course the Venezuelan elections have managed to turn into a creator's content. What do they call it? The creator clash. That's what we've got here. We've got a creator clash. Venezuelan elections have turned into a creator clash offer. Good to know, because of course it did. Because it's 2024, and I expect nothing less from humanity at this point. You put it into chat, it didn't show up on your stream, so that indicates censorship around the word. Wow. World sports. Yeah, I think I spelled it differently enough that it should get through, but that is ridiculous, man. You can't even use the word. That's just insane. Anyway, but that's the latest and greatest coming out of Venezuela from what I can tell. Um, so, yeah, things are getting wild there. All right. Let's get out of politics. Let's move into more L's in the gaming space. Right, Ozempic. No, that's Ozempics. I only know what that is because of South Park. All right. Next up. Shifted tone. Bungie CEO faces backlash after announcing 220 employees will be laid off. And then the subline, which is the real kicker, Pete Parsons has spent $2.5 million on classic cars since Sony acquired Bungie. I hate CEO culture in the West. I really do. This is one of the things, like, or I'm like, because I am like very much like a right-wing kind of guy. But when it comes to like the greed of C-suiters in companies, that's one of those few issues where I agree with the left on, where I'm just like, yeah, these people are out of fucking control, and they're constantly failing up and getting these massive bonuses, and it's absolutely shameful. Like, you contrast it with like Japanese CEO culture. Like, if a Japanese company has to like fire people or downsize or anything bad happens to the company, that CEO will take like a pay cut or even resign in disgrace, because they have a culture over there of like the CEO should suffer along with the employees as a result of the company not performing. Whereas here, they just lay off the employees and buy cars. So it's one of those, very few issues where I'm like, yeah, the left is correct on this one. This is fucking ridiculous. What just happened? It's a sad case of another day, another round of mass layoffs at a game studio. On this occasion, Destiny developer Bungie has announced it is letting go of 220 employees, or 17% of its workforce. CEO Pete Parsons said the eliminations were due to, quote, financial challenges. Well, the fuck else would they be over? Like, of course they're due to financial challenges. God, I fucking hate CEO speak, man. Which isn't going down well, especially after it was discovered he may have spent over $2.5 million on classic cars after Sony acquired the company and continued buying them even after the previous layoffs. Oh my god. These fucking people, man. I swear. I saw the ads before they realized it was a diet pill. Oh, sorry. Wrong topic. Bungie blames the job eliminations on rising costs of development and industry shifts, as well as enduring economic conditions. Well, you motherfuckers, all of these fucking game studios set themselves up for failure back during the pandemic, because they went on a hiring spree to satisfy all these brand new DEI quotas that they made up because of St. Floyd, and now they're paying the piper for it. And the sinister thing of me is, part of me says, which is a significant part, by the way, that back when they were hiring all these worthless fucking people, and just engaging in bloat and all this nonsense, they had to have known that this shit wasn't sustainable, right? Like, there's no way that they're looking into the future. They're looking at this insanely once in several lifetimes, situation that they were in. Be like, yeah, this is going to be permanent. There's no way they would have thought that. They had to have known that this was going to come back and bite them. And they did it anyway. Oh my god, I hate these people. Bungie blames the job eliminations on rising cost of development into industry shifts. But the thing is that rising costs of development and industry shifts, that's on you. Because, as far as I could tell, studios in the East, they're expanding and hiring. They're not firing and downsizing. Japanese studios, despite all their faults, they're posting jobs. They're hiring people. They're not downsizing. And Korea sure as fuck isn't downsizing either. So this is a uniquely Western problem. And again, it's tied to that pandemic bullshit and all the DEI quotas that they made up. And it's totally biting them in the ass. I'll tell you right now, chat, that man, I don't know what I'm allowed to say actually. You know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. But I'll just say that I have insider knowledge because I am myself an insider to like Fortune 100 companies about DEI shit and how it's like collapsing, basically. And the whole thing about Bridge, I'll tell you right now that while Bridge is real, it's not being implemented into companies. They're just getting rid of their DEI programs. Like, it really is that simple for the most part. But I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna, because I don't know. I don't. That might have been too much, honestly. But I'm just gonna shut up and move on. I'm probably gonna cut that out of the VOD actually. It's not going down well, especially after it was discovered he may have spent $2.5 million on classic cars. They blame development on industry shifts. Well, it's like, and here's the thing about this rising cost of development. It's just like, that's because you're not hiring useful people. Like, you're hiring, it's like you're hiring administrative bloat, PR shit, marketing shit, but you're not like focusing on the craft. You've basically turned game development from a passion project into an industry that is attracting careerists who don't actually give a shit about the craft of the art of video game production. They only care about their salary, how many PTO days they get, and, you know, whatever fucking deadlines they have to meet, yada, yada, yada. They don't actually care about crafting, you know, a piece of art, which video games are. They're technical pieces of art. And those people basically took over these companies. And they're slowly but surely weeding them out, I feel like. Which, I wish it would have happened sooner. But, like, all these layoffs were absolutely inevitable. They were unavoidable because of how absolutely unsustainable this hiring spree was. The cuts will impact every level of the company, including executives and senior leader roles, but not Parsons, obviously. No, it's never the head honcho. It's never him. And if it is, they give him a massive golden parachute so he doesn't have to suffer from any of the consequences of his decisions. It's fucking bullshit. It's just tons and tons of incompetent people. Yeah, exactly. It's like, the thing is that people, when they enter into the industry, tend to not be super competent. You know, they're new. You know, they have to learn on the job how to make their production efficient and how to become competent at what they're doing. Totally fine. But the thing is when you hire careerists and not craftsmen, you have a bunch of people who don't have an interest in actually becoming competent. So you just get a studio that's just paying a bunch of people to be useless and lazy. I mean, it's like Elon Musk proved this without a doubt when he took over Twitter, and he fired like 80% of the employees at Twitter, and nobody noticed any differences on the front end of the program. You know, like, nobody noticed. It's like, wow. You know that your company is like getting destroyed by bloat when you can get rid of 80% of it and nothing changes in terms of productivity and outcome. Let's see here. What appears to be a way of reducing the number of people being laid off, Bungie is moving 155 people to Sony Interactive Entertainment over the next few quarters. Furthermore, a team working on one of Bungie's incubation projects, an action game set in a brand new science fantasy universe, will be spun off to form a new studio within PlayStation Studios. How much you want to bet that that game's going to get canceled? Because here's the thing, like when you have a team of people, let's say you have a team of 100 people, and then you out of nowhere, you get rid of 40 of them, so you knock out 40% of the team right there. Okay, the remaining 60 are not going to be in a good in good morale, and they're not going to be optimistic about the future. So if you take those remaining 60 people and you assign them to a new team, under a new umbrella, and you have them work on a brand new game or project or whatever, the top 10 or 15 most productive and useful people with that remaining 60, they're the ones who have options. They're like the ones who are like, yeah, we avoided the layoffs. We're the competent ones, but we don't feel confident in this company. So they end up leaving too. Because again, the competent ones are the ones with options. And then you're just left with, 45 or so incompetent people. And then that's going to force development hell on the project. It's going to be too much of a time and money sink, and then it's just going to get canceled, and then the remaining 45 get laid off too. Like, that's what's going to happen. I'll bet that that's what happens. Is too many people leave, they bleed too many people, and there's too much turnover, and they just end up canceling the project. You see it happen all the time. It was only in October 2023 that Bungie made its last round of layoffs, and the news comes just under 2 months since the launch of Destiny 2, the final shape, which has been well received. It has. You see the player counts on Destiny, it's still really good. I think it's still in like the 50,000 range or something like that, which is phenomenal. Industry-leading talent being lost yet again, accountability failing upon the workers who have pushed the needle to deliver for our community time and time again. Please maintain focus on those who've lost their position and income. Offer help where you can. Well, that's one of the problems, is that none of these companies are in positions to hire right now. They are all downsizing. So if you lose your job, there's not many companies you can go to. And there's way more people becoming unemployed than there are jobs being created, which means that all of these laid off employees are going to competing heavily against each other for a small handful of jobs that don't pay as well as they probably should, because all the leverage is in the company's favor and not the employee's favor. Like, this is, I don't know, man. Like, they always say, like, survive until 2025. Until the Western game development scene gets its shit together in terms of, like, outlandish budgets, lacking in focus, lacking in vision for what products they're creating, letting them, basically succumbing to, I know it's cringe, but it's real, but just engaging in, woke development, where they're making woke design choices and creating unappealing products, and if they don't get their shit together soon, the East is going to eat the West's lunch. It's just going to happen. It's not looking good out there for the West, because the West just refused to get its shit together. And you listen to the corpo speak coming out of like Microsoft, and Sony, and stuff like that. These people don't have a fucking clue what they're doing. Like, they all speak in this vague nonsense language, and it's just, what are you doing? Like, why aren't the heads of any of these studios like people who have actually like worked on a game before? They're all just professional CEOs and executives that just hop between companies, and just collecting golden parachutes as they burn companies to the ground. It's like, I swear, like, nobody in the C-suites are like people who like work their way up from like, just like a schlub in a cubicle designing fucking weapons and shit like that, and actually like being involved in the creation of a project, working themselves up into creative management, eventually directing, and then eventually into executive positions. Like, that doesn't seem to be happening. the executive suite seems to be like sealed off from the developers, who are all suffering from these out of touch C-suiters decisions, and it's fucking ridiculous. You contrast that with like Kojima. You know, say what you will about Kojima's games, but this is a CEO who runs his company like he's just another game developer, because that's what he is. He says as much. You know, like the C-suiters in the East are gamers. They're not in the West. And that's a big problem. It's a really big problem. What's the preface of the employees laid off also aren't creating their own companies? Yeah, I've thought about that too. How like there's like literally thousands of employees out there that are like quote looking for jobs, but it's just like, guys, get together, form a studio of like 30 to 40 people, and make your own games. You know, like, make your games. Like, you can get together and form new studios and new projects, but they don't seem to be doing that. And again, I think that this goes back all the way to, you know, the whole hiring spree back during the pandemic, where they basically just flooded their companies with mediocre and less competent people, and it's those people who were getting axed, along with some veterans. Like, there is some veterans, you know, people that worked 9-10 years for Bungie, you know, that got laid off. But like, most of the people getting laid off are people who don't really have the talent to do their own shit. They have to you know, ride the coattails of existing company pedigree and stuff like that. But again, I kind of sympathize with that, though, because a lot of these people are green. A lot of these people, it's like, yeah, of course they don't know how to do that, and they're kind of incompetent because they're new to the industry, you know, and they haven't really been given a chance to become super competent, especially not to the point where they can form their own company and create their own projects and all that kind of shit. Like, I don't know, man. The whole thing seems like a shit show, but it's a shit show of their own making. And it's a shit show that they saw coming, and they did it anyway. They saw the bubble bursting, and they blew up, or they saw the balloon bursting, and they blew up the balloon anyway, knowing that it would burst and cause all this chaos and distraught. It's just gross. In December, Bungie devs told IGN that the atmosphere of the company was soul-crushing due to fears of more layoffs. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. How, like, yeah, the people remaining, their morale is at the gutter. And even though, they didn't get laid off, guess what they're doing? They're updating their resumes, and they're sending their resumes out to other companies. That's what they're doing. Because they're just like, yeah, Bungie just isn't long for this world. The only people that aren't doing that are the ones who have no other choice but to stay with Bungie, i.e. the incompetent ones. So that's why I say that project that it mentioned earlier isn't going to happen. Loss of all independence from Sony. That's another big problem. Losing your independence from Sony is kind of a death knell, because Sony is really restrictive. So is Microsoft. So, Sony, if Bungie's finances do not improve, staff said earlier this year that they feared more job cuts were coming. Well, I mean, are they working at a loss right now? I mean, because Destiny's doing really well. What else do they have in their pipeline? And what have they released recently? Like, I feel like Bungie is one of those studios that should be finding success right now. But I don't know. I haven't looked at their financials, so maybe they're in the red. I don't know. The latest layoffs have led to many angry posts on social media from current and former Bungie employees. Destiny 2's global community lead, Dylan Gaffner, fucking community manager. Honestly, don't really care what he has to say. This hitting people who were told they were valued, that they were important, that they were critical to business success, but none of that mattered. Wrote Bungie technical UX designer Ash Duong. Yeah, that's what they always say. Because they don't want you to leave. Like, if they're like, okay, we're going to let all these people go 2 Fridays from now, but we don't want them all to, like, leave before then because we want to get as much work out of them as possible up until that point. So we're going to tell them everything's totally, fine and dandy. You matter, COG. And they'll do that right up to the point they fire you. Like, just remember, like, I'm really cynical about this shit. Whenever you hear, like, a manager blow smoke up your ass, you're probably going to get fired pretty soon. Because that's what if they're going out of their way to do that all of a sudden, and you haven't really, like, changed your, like, performance levels or anything, that's a sign you need to update your resume. Because that means they're buttering you up, because they want to make sure that you stick around until the day they can fire you. Many have called for Parsons to resign. The calls were amplified when he sets his X account to private, but it seems the CEO realized that it was making things worse and soon set it to public again. Coward, you did this. You chose this. I'm already listed as do not work with, and I don't care anymore. You lied to my face, straight to it. You also invited me to come see your new cars 2 days before you laid me off. 2 fucking days. This person sounds fucking unhinged. What's the story behind this person? I have a feeling that this sounds, honestly, this right here sounds like a woke tirade. I could sympathize with it. This is like a dick thing to do. It reminds me of the, was it the Riot guy? Yeah, it was. It was the Riot, I think it was the Riot CEO who visited the London office. And he took a bunch of selfies, and he was smiling with the staff, and he made the staff feel really cool and good. And then he closed down the whole London office like 2 days later. That's what this sounds like. But this person sounds unhinged. Even if I can agree with the sentiment. Like, I'm curious what the story behind this person is, because they sound insane. Sounds fake for sympathy. Yeah, it just sounds... It sounds disingenuous. What's angry people even further is discovery of what seems to be Parsons' account on a car bidding site called Bring a Trailer. It shows he has spent $2.5 million on classic cars since September 2022, which includes $500,000 since the October layoffs. Yeah, this is a bad look. Really, really bad look. Again, it sounds like it's indicative of a person who only cares about themselves and doesn't actually care about the lifeblood of the studio. Parsons has spent $2.4 million on cars, trucks, and bikes on one single auction site since late 2022. Since the Bungie layoffs in October 2023, he spent around $500K on vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, and again, he's one of the few people that gets to keep his job. So it's like, God, dude, these scumbags. Again, this sounds, where is it? This sounds manufactured, like they made it. Because it says, this person isn't accusing him of like, lavishly spending money on cars. This person is accusing him of inviting this person to see his new cars 2 days before the layoffs happened. There's like nothing to corroborate this is true, and the unhinged the unhinged nature of this post makes it sound like it's not true. I mean, this is bad enough. Buying the cars is bad enough. You don't have to like try to make it sound worse with what very well could be a lie. So I'm not sure about this, but everything else, yeah, fuck them. Now, Bungie is probably fucked. Because again, the morale thing, reorganizing the whole team, absorbing a bunch of them directly under the Sony banner. Bungie isn't long for this world. It's just not. And the layoffs haven't stopped. Game Informer has completely shut down after 33 years. Apparently, Game Informer has still been doing print gaming magazines, which I didn't know were still a thing. And I am amazed that they're still a thing. The only physical, like magazine that's centered around gaming that I know of that still exists is Famitsu, the Japanese one. That's literally the only one I can think of. I did not know that there were still print versions of Game Informer being circulated. Also, why is the site organized like this? It looks so weird. Yeah, he's doing it. Game Informer, the popular video game magazine and website, announced Friday that it will be shutting down after 33 years. The GameStop-owned magazine published a memo Friday morning titled "The Final Level: Farewell from Game Informer." How is GameStop still around? I can't believe that business is still afloat. Like, nobody buys used physical copies of games anymore. Like, that's a dead market. Unless it's like retro cartridges or something like that. But yeah, I just don't understand how GameStop is still in existence. And I had thought, I could have sworn that Game Informer went out of, like, was discontinued years ago, because it's like, it's always been a GameStop owned, magazine. And it's like, when you look at the state of GameStop as a business, it's just like, how the hell is GameStop still able to afford the whole Game Informer branch of their business? Like, that's kind of mind-blowing. But I guess it can't anymore now. I stopped getting Game Informer almost a decade ago. Yeah, me too. Like, again, it fell off my radar a long time ago. And I thought that it had just disappeared completely. Let's see. After 33 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news, reviews, and insights from the ever-evolving world of gaming, it is with a heavy heart that we announce the closure of Game Informer. The announcement said, "From the early days of pixelated adventures to today's immersive virtual reality realms, we've been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers. While our presses may stop, the passion for gaming that we've cultivated together will continue to live on. Thank you for being part of our epic quest, and may your own gaming adventures never end." Did you guys hear that? Hear that lightning strike? I did not know it was raining. Apparently it's raining. Let's see. Game Informer began publishing its magazine in 1991. Man, that means I was 8 years old. I was 8 years old when the first issue of Game Informer was published. I didn't know it was that old. I could have sworn that Game Informer didn't come into existence until after, like, the year 2000. Wow. Under a video game retailer, Funko Land, which was acquired by GameStop in 2000 at the height of its pop. See, that's why I only thought that it existed in 2000 and later, because that's when GameStop got a hold of it. Okay, now everything makes sense. At the height of its popularity, Game Informer circulated 8 million copies in the U.S. in 2011 and was the third largest magazine. What else would it be like? There's Electronic Gaming Monthly. That was the other big one, EGM. Like, I remember there always being, like, on the newsstands. I never actually saw Game Informer on the newsstands. I always thought that Game Informer was like a subscription-based thing. Because on the newsstands, I remember seeing EGM. I saw PC Gamer, and there was the one that was exclusive to Sony. I can't remember what it was called. But I used to love the Sony one. I remember like, whenever I got on a plane or whatever, I would always go into, like, the little Hudson News, and the PlayStation one would always be there, and I would always read that on planes and stuff like that. Let's see. In 2017, it slid slightly to 7 million copies, and by 2019, GameStop laid off roughly half of the Game Informer staff. In 2020, Game Informer, because, online media and all. In 2020, Game Informer's editor-in-chief and founder Andy McNamara left the company. His replacement, Andrew Reiner, left in 2022, and Matt Miller was the current editor-in-chief before the magazine's closure. Yeah, dude, like that. Whenever you have, like, high turnover rate of the C-suite, you know your business is in serious trouble. Like, that's never a good sign. So, you were 10? Okay. Parent company GameStop has seen its profitability decline for several years. But during the pandemic, its stock prices skyrocketed due to the meme stock phenomenon popularized by Reddit users. The 2023 film Dumb Money examined the short-lived viral trend. Yeah, it's a good little documentary. It's on Netflix. I recommend you watch it. The June 2024 Game Informer magazine about Dragon Age: The Veiled Guard was its 367th and final issue. Probably not a good game to go out on. I will say, though, that this whole thing that happened with game stocks was a really interesting phenomenon where you see people across the entire political spectrum come together against an entrenched establishment institution that is the investment firms, and the mutual funds and shit like that. That was they go over it pretty well in Dumb Money, actually. Again, definitely worth a watch. So yeah, we have this gone with God knows what's left. I mean, are there any physical print media that's centered around gaming that's left? Because I could have sworn that Game Informer, along with all the others, had been gone like a decade ago. Because that's when the rise of all the digital media publications started happening. And it's it really rapidly displaced, physical media, because this shit would only release once a month. So by the time you got it in the mail or got it off a newsstand, you've already read half the stories on an online blog or some shit. So it became worthless. Yeah, I'm amazed that it lasted this long. -10? Oh, -10. Okay. I didn't see the negative. You weren't even a glint in your daddy's eye. Now, speaking of gaming industry L's, get this up. We got a Rev video to react to. Of course, it's how to sing. All right. So this one is called Ubisoft is in huge trouble. Turn the desktop audio on. Dude. All right, let's get into this.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So as you can see over the past couple of days, the Ubisoft stock has been tumbling, and it's been not just a few bad days for Ubisoft, it's been a bad couple of months for the company, and a lot of people have been focusing on the fiasco, It's been a...
This is extremely low. I had no idea that Ubisoft stock was this low. What's the highest that Ubisoft has ever been? Kind of curious. Ubisoft stock. Full chart. Then I want... How do I manipulate the timeline? Date range. Forever ago. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that. I want to say that Ubisoft at one point was up in the 40s or 50s. I want to say that, but I can't. I don't know. This seems so insanely low. And also, oh my god, look what I'm at now. Look at this. So this is Ubisoft stock from... I guess this is today. So it's just down. And at the end of the day, it just tanks. So yeah, not looking good. Good old Ubisoft. Back to the video.
A bad couple of months for the company, and a lot of people have been focusing on the fiasco that is Assassin's Creed Shadows and how this game has turned into a PR and financial nightmare for Ubisoft. On top of that, they've also claimed to their shareholders that this game was going to succeed because it's very highly praised by players and critics alike, which we now know is a lie based on all of the negative feedback that players have been giving over the past couple of months regarding this game. However, you might also notice in this same statement that they made to their shareholders, it wasn't just Assassin's Creed Shadows that was mentioned, it was also Star Wars Outlaws.
Yes.
They similarly claimed that this game is going to succeed because it's highly praised by players and critics alike. Now you'll
Yeah, I've noticed that, like, in the last couple weeks or so, the attention from Ubisoft has started shifting away from Yasuke stuff, and people are starting to hone in on Star Wars Outlaws, and it hasn't been looking very good. I've seen like most of the videos about the Star Wars Outlaws stuff, and it looks just painfully mediocre, and it looks buggy. I've seen like these videos of just whole groups of NPCs just completely fucking bugging out, not working right, and it's just like, man, if Star Wars Outlaws underperforms, then that is followed immediately by AC Shadows underperforming, because they're gonna make some money. You know, they're both massive franchises, so they're gonna make some money, but if they underperform, like back-to-back major games like that, Ubisoft's going to have to do some serious introspection about what direction they're going in and how their development process is working, because it doesn't seem to be working well. And especially their marketing teams. Jesus Christ, they need to fire every last person in their marketing departments and put a whole new team in there. Good God.
See in this video, that statement's half true, but we'll get into that in a second. So if this game, Star Wars Outlaws, is going to succeed because it's highly praised by players, wouldn't that be reflected in the trailers for this game? So let's check out some of the trailers. Here's one from 3 months ago. It's the official story trailer, more of the optics of what to expect here, and look at the like-dislike ratio. It is dislike bombed into the Shadow Realm, and a lot of people are just looking at the aesthetic, basically what this is presenting itself as, and they were already jumping ship on this. And it's not too surprising. It's the year 2024, and the Star Wars products that are coming out are bad. Whether it's the Acolyte or Star Wars Outlaws, people are seeing a great shift in what Star Wars has become over the years. Like,
yeah, Star Wars is absolutely not a premium brand anymore. It's associated with, like, schlock. It is schlock content now. Also, I just now noticed this. Why is the exhaust to this motorcycle a trans flag? Am I the only one that's noticed that? That the exhaust coming out of this motorcycle is a trans flag? Was that on purpose? And also, this trailer was fucking boring. This trailer was, I'm going to talk to some guy in a bar and show off my wooden, nothing vapid personality. And then I'm going to get on a bike and I'm going to go through a desert that's endless with nothing to do with it. And then I'm going to go into a cave that's supposed to be a Sarlacc pit. A Sarlacc monster, but it just looks like a cave. And then the cave kind of gets all tendrily a little bit. And then you leave the cave. And then you get up in a ship. And you go up into space. And you get into a generic space battle up in space. And then that's basically it. And it's just like, wow. That was not inspiring. Like, at all. I don't think that's a flag. I know. Well, it's... I just couldn't help but notice the colors. Let's give it a pass on this one. I know. I'm just fucking around.
Calling someone a mean name, that's weak. If you really want to insult someone, say that you hope one day their favorite franchise is going to get slowly desecrated over the course of years by a bunch of woke nutcases to the point where every new product comes out and it no longer holds any resemblance to what you once loved and supported. That's a real insult. But anyways,
Damn.
A lot of the optics here, right? People are focusing initially on the character designs. You can see right here, for a AAA, and based on the price, some people saying a quadruple A experience, what is going on here with these character designs? It seems like it's intentional in the year 2024 for character designs to look this bad. In fact, it's even worse when you realize that this character, the main protagonist, is based on a real-life woman who objectively is an attractive woman.
Yeah.
And it seems like the character based off of her is a literal downgrade. Like, We probably will never know what she actually thinks, but there's no way anyone in this position can feel anything less than offended. You have to be offended by a move like this where they are literally uglifying the character that's based on you. And on top of that, you'll notice that the creative director here comes out to reject the criticism of these character designs. Notice, again, this is what they're going out and speaking out against, not the gameplay or anything else we're going to talk about later in this video.
I hate this.
But anyways, you can see the statement here from the creative director saying, Kay is meant to be approachable, a petty thief who ends up barreling through this story, making bad decisions, and centered with a lot of humor, humility, and toughness. That's what's important to me. And she's beautiful. Come on. Yeah.
She's beautiful. Come on. Oh my gosh, this reeks of desperation to me. I just making decisions to center a lot of humor, humility, and toughness. It's like that's like such a generic elevator pitch. Like there's nothing unique to that. I just that's the thing. Like that's why I said like it looked painfully mediocre because like nothing stood out as unique to me. Like honestly, like you take out like the sound effects that like engines in Star Wars make. They all have the same kind of Star Warsy engine sound, you know. Like there's like the sound effects that generally are unique to Star Wars. You take that out, and you wouldn't know that it was a Star Wars game. Like nothing really screams Star Wars, because like again, the Sarlacc pit is just a cave. It doesn't like look like a Sarlacc pit. The bar just looks like another bar. Got all these weird alien races, but it's like that's not unique to Star Wars. Now the environments do look dirty and dingy and kind of Western, which that is Star Wars. I can give it that, but it's just it's not enough. It doesn't have the punch that it needs aesthetically to make you want to play this game. It's just not there, and the character is just a freaking wooden plank. I mean, I don't know if she actually does have a sense of humor or this or that, but in the trailer, she's just boring as hell. And it's like, if this was like the vertical slice you chose to like show off your product, you chose the wrong slice. So, they also whitewashed the character a bit. Yeah, they kind of did, didn't they? Yeah, let me look. Hang on. Look back. Where? Here. Yeah, a little. I mean, I would say like, because she's pretty light skinned. Let's be real. She's clearly Hispanic though, and like this doesn't look Hispanic at all. Yeah, and the mullet, the fucking mullet doesn't help. The mullet. Anyway, where were we?
And centered with a lot of humor, humility, and toughness. That's what's important to me. And she's beautiful. Come on. Yeah, okay. Also, they use this language too to describe her as a modern protagonist, and that she is has all the confidence, and that she's supposed to be extremely relatable. Like it's very crazy. But anytime you see modern attached to anything, you should be worried. Like whether it's the modern protagonist or the modern audience, that is a very, very big red flag.
Strong
but on top
female
of that, a lot of people
character.
Noticed basically a lot of Star Wars fans didn't know how good they had it only a few
God.
years ago. But now we're seeing actual gameplay. So we've been talking about the optics, how it's looking, but eventually you have to release the actual gameplay, right? The meat in the burger here.
Not the scripted vertical slices.
IGN has been working overtime to try to promote this game. They're clearly getting a lot of, let's say, incentives from Star Wars to promote the hell out of this game. And 2 weeks ago, we got this. Star Wars Outlaws, 10 minutes of exclusive gameplay. And you'll see nearly 1 million people saw this slop. And how to get...
Yeah, because it's a fucking ad. You say, like, we're going to give you, exclusive rights to play the game and broadcast, the best 10 minutes of footage. You're basically paying them to make an ad for you. That's what that is. It's not news, it's advertising. I fucking hate it.
Treated by reviewers. Dislike bombed even harder than the previous trailer we looked at. I think this screenshot right here really captures the modern state of the Star Wars franchise and this game in particular. Just look at this. Look at the graphics here.
Those are the fans.
This literally looks
getting
like something
blown away.
that you would see on a PlayStation 2 game. And people are just not buying it. So this explosion scene, by the way, has gone viral. Let's take a quick look at some of the exclusive
2D
gameplay that was provided by IGN here.
What was that? God, look how mechanical everything looks.
You think you can take me?
So it probably doesn't surprise you
God.
based on that the comment section was
New ability
almost
unlock, cancel
exclusively
pre-order.
roasting this gameplay. Let's read a few of the top comments. So this user says, how to save 80 euros in 10 minutes. New ability unlocked. Cancel pre-order. For those who can't see dislikes, it has 95,000 dislikes. Ubisoft's downfall needs to be studied. Like, genuinely, how does it get worse every single time? The power of one, the power of two, the power of don't pre-order. That thermal detonation is the worst thing I've ever seen in a modern video game. So basically, there's nothing going on in the desert, and you just ride to your destination in complete boredom and silence.
that was
Gotta
my
give credit
immediate
to
thing.
Ubisoft.
Yeah,
They managed to make exploring the inside of the Sarlacc pit boring.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of people are seeing through this shoddy
It's just a
gameplay that
cave.
looks like it belongs 20 years ago. And on top of that, no one's going to pay a premium for this game. These games do not justify their cost in any shape or form. That's a lot
No.
of modern games, but in particular, this game. The gameplay looks atrocious. Now, what do you do when the initial reveal of the gameplay is getting roasted by everyone? Well, I guess Star Wars turned to the journalists at IGN and said, hey, promote us some more. So here we go.
Yeah, because
We got
IGN
the
is an
final
advertising
preview
site.
now, which was uploaded once again to YouTube with 150,000 views from only 4 days ago. And as you can see, it's
God.
not going very well for IGN and Star Wars Outlaws. Another dislike bombing. And this one is even more painful to watch because this was clearly some sort of an effort here to prop up this game that is failing so hard right now. And this one actually has someone speaking and trying to promote the gameplay and act like this is the greatest thing they have ever seen. I'm going to play a quick
We getting
10
cringe
second
PR?
clip from this video right here, and it will basically sum up everything you need to know about Star Wars Outlaws and also this video in general.
As such, the blaster battles felt like they had meaningful stakes, and the stealth gameplay had a bit of weight to it because I knew that I'd be up against it.
So that
Are you fucking kidding me? Did you see? What are these NPCs doing?
Blaster battles
What are they
felt
doing?
like they had meaningful stakes, and the stealth gameplay had a bit of weight to it because I knew that I'd be up against it.
So that quick
Oh my god. They're like stuck in it's like the NPCs pathfinding just completely broke and they're just like lining up. They don't know how to like move. So they take 2 steps, they bump into something and then they stop. And they have to do like their little bump animation so they can't shoot, which turns them into just like static targets that the player character gets to shoot without any resistance. It's just broken. Like, and then you have the guy talking about stealth on top of this, where she's just barreling through people with a blaster. Like, God, IGN, like it's so clear that they were paid to write a script that highlights and says highlights certain things and says certain buzzwords that Ubisoft wants to be said. Like, again, they're disguising advertising as review coverage. And it's like, stop, you fucking liars. God, I love how terrible it all is. It's so bad. It's like that explosion that they showed hang on. Let me go back to that. Look at her taking steps in the sand. So there's like no impact. Like there's no boot prints. The sand doesn't, because this is a cutscene. There's no it should be better. All these plants are obviously 2D, by the way. But like the detonator, it doesn't cause like dust to come up. Look, it just rolls on the ground. It doesn't leave. Like, it doesn't roll through the sand. It's like the floor is made out of, like, a plastic sheet. And whatever's on top of it doesn't, like, actually, like, imprint or have weight on the floor. I mean, this looks like this is what you got in the PS2 era. Because in the PS2 era, that's what you had. Like, all the ground and stuff like that were basically, like, plastic sheets with various textures on them. And that's what this looks like. I mean... This is so severely lacking in any kind of polish. It's kind of mind-blowing. And I'm like, this guy here, like, watch how unnatural he takes these laser blasts. He does his little, he drops the gun, and then there's clearly like he plays one animation, and then it stops for just like a split second. And then the falling over animation plays. Yeah, it's like... He stays in this pose for a bit, and then, like, a half second later, then he collapses. It's so wooden. It's so, like, mechanical. And again, there's, like, no footprints, there's no boot prints. Nobody has any impact on the environment, it seems. It's just bad. We bring it right here.
Know about Star Wars Outlaws and also this video in general.
As such, the blaster
I want to
battles
see this
felt
one more
like
time.
they had meaningful stakes, and the stealth gameplay had a bit of weight to it because I knew that I'd be up against it.
So that quick clip right there has gone viral
Meaningful
on Twitter.
stakes.
A lot of people have been sharing it and pointing out the many mistakes that occurred in only 9 or 10 seconds that we saw, including this frozen NPC
Quadruple A,
who's
ladies and
literally
gentlemen.
frozen in time as they're in the middle of a shootout. On top of that, I noticed during that, about 4 seconds in, she blocks a blast with her chin, which is so ironic on
That's
many
so
levels. People were
appropriate.
making fun of her chin because it's so like chiseled looking, and that is something that happened in that small clip. She literally crimson chins that shot and blocks it with her face.
She just fucking eats that with the
gameplay
chin
is
butthole.
Atrocious. There's no hiding it, no masking it, and no propping it up. No propping it up by journalists can save what your eyeballs are seeing. People are seeing this gameplay and they know it is trash. In fact, I think people responsible for promoting this game and supporting it know that as well. As reported here by Hero Hey, apparently
Oh my God,
the Star Wars
fucking Reddit.
Outlaws gameplay is so bad that Reddit mods are deleting posts sharing gameplay. Yes, it is so bad that subreddits dedicated to Star Wars are removing posts simply showing the gameplay. It's like a Sweet Baby situation where they're so embarrassed by the products they're working on, they are literally trying to hide it from people, right? Sweet Baby doesn't want people to know what games they're working on because people won't play them. And Star Wars, the official Star Wars subreddit here, is so embarrassed by this gameplay, they're literally hiding it from people
I just realized.
who are
Sorry
supporting the
about that.
franchise or wanting to check out this new game and the gameplay that comes with it. It is a very sad state of affairs, and honestly, it's a sad state of affairs for a lot of people. I know a lot of people who have been intense fans of the franchise for literally decades, and they've sat there with slow form torture watching this franchise go into the ground. And like I said earlier, the Acolyte and Star Wars Outlaws are the two main products for Star Wars this year, and man, are they terrible. And they look nothing like what Star Wars was all about for many, many years. It is such a departure from what attracted tens, if not hundreds of millions of people over the course of decades to that franchise. Now, it's a hollow shell. Looks nothing like what it used to be, and nobody's buying it. people can try, especially journalists. They
everybody
can try
sees right through
the
it.
best they can to act like these products are stellar and the gameplay is amazing and the show is amazing, but people have eyeballs. They're seeing what's going on here.
Yeah.
They know all the woke pandering.
And you can't
and
make
now we're
people
seeing the fallout
reject
from
the
that,
truth
and
of their
products
eyes
that
and
come out of
ears.
it are terrible, and people are just not getting involved with them whatsoever. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, and it's just, you know how we said, like, you know, this, you look at it from the perspective of Star Wars, like, people have been a fan of Star Wars for, like, decades and all this time and stuff, and they're seeing, like, the franchise that they love, like, crumble in front of their eyes. I honestly, I was never, like, a huge fan of Star Wars. I thought that they were fun, but I was never, like, a massive Star Wars fan. Honestly, I kind of feel like that way more towards Ubisoft than to Star Wars. Because I have really liked the open world stuff from Assassin's Creed and like the Division. I even like Watch Dogs 2. I really like the open world franchises that Ubisoft produced for a long time. You know, Rainbow Six and all these games. And it's just like in the last like 4 or 5 years, they've just fallen off of a cliff. And it's just so, it sucks like watching like a game company that I used to really like go up in flames like this. It's like, this Star Wars Outlaws, it looks worse than fucking AC Shadows. Because at least AC Shadows looks like a modern era game. Like visually, it looks nice. But this Outlaws game looks like a PS2 game. Maybe PS3 on a good day. And it's severely lacking in polish. The NPCs are broken, it seems. And again, there's nothing, I mean nothing innovative, at least that I've seen. I don't know, maybe they have done some innovative things, and they're just not showing them, which is fucking stupid if that's what they're doing. But it's like, let me think. Like, okay, you have the Star Wars universe. It's a space western. It's a western in space with samurai wizards, right? That's what you're working with here. What can you do with that, like innovatively in terms of like gameplay? Because I'm thinking like one of the games that I actually enjoyed recently in the Star Wars franchise are the 2 Jedi Survivor games. The sequel was a buggy mess on PC, but on console it was fine. And I actually like enjoyed it. And I think Cal is like probably like one of the only like good characters like in Star Wars currently across all mediums and whatnot. I even like Merrin, the Night Sister that he's like in a relationship with now. Like, it works. I feel like it works. I think they did a good job with those games, actually. I actually look forward to the 3rd one. But outside of that, there is nothing in the Star Wars franchise that has been good. Maybe like, I don't know, Andor. But nobody watched Andor. Because, again, too many people don't have faith in anything branded with Star Wars anymore. So even when they produce something good, nobody watches it. Because everybody's like, oh, Star Wars, skip. You know, and then they learn after the fact, actually, it was really good. It had this, I think I really like it. They just go, nope. Because apathy is set in for most people. And it's like, I'm sorry, but you're going to have a really hard time curing someone's apathy for a franchise. Because people get into a habit, you know, let's say they have a habit of Star Wars, and then they get driven out by out of the Star Wars fandom because, you know, the Force is female or whatever. They're not, you know, they're gonna fill that void with something else, and that becomes their habit now, and they become completely apathetic to Star Wars. So when you announce something that's Star Wars, they go, I don't care. I don't skip. It's shit. And then they find out, yeah, it's probably, you know, you tell them, oh my god, it's actually really good. It's got this, and this. and then they go, I'm sure it is. This is not for me. I'm done. You know, like, you're not going to be able to cure the apathy. And there is a fuck ton of apathy that has set in for so many old school Star Wars fans that it's almost unsalvageable. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Star Wars is actually in a worse place than the MCU right now. And the thing is that, like, it could have been like, oh, the movies are shit, but the games are amazing, right? You've seen that happen before in other franchises where like in one medium they're shit, but in another medium they're great. I mean, the MCU is a great example of this, right? The Marvel comics are dog shit, absolute dog shit, but the MCU is super popular and a lot of people think it's awesome. You know, Phase 4, you know, withstanding. But like the MCU is in a better place than Star Wars right now. I'm just trying to think. I don't know how they can salvage Star Wars as a franchise at this point, because it's failing in every medium. Like the theme park, the Star Wars landed theme park sucks. It sucks. I've been there. I went there with a friend way back when it first opened. We had a 3-day pass, and this was Disneyland. So there's like the Disneyland California is like the second gate over there in LA. So we went to Disneyland day 1, and we went to the Star Wars land. Okay, day 2 we went to Disneyland California. Day 3 we went back to Disneyland, and when we went back to Disneyland on the 3rd day, we went to everything except Star Wars Land, because Star Wars Land fucking sucks. So on the theme park side, Star Wars is shit. On the comic side, nobody's buying any comics at all, so Star Wars is shit over there. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about the High Republic, which is like literally when the Acolyte is set. So like, they've got nothing going on in the comic sector. There's no animation projects that I know of. Live action, they get shit like the Acolyte, right? And then in the video game space, outside of Jedi Survivor, you have what? You have Star Wars Outlaws, which is probably going to underperform. Looks like shit. And the completely botched release of Battlefront 2, which everybody was super excited about, and then they fucked it up. So it's like there's not a single medium where the Star Wars franchise is excelling. Not one. Not one. I mean, I'm sorry. There's no way to salvage this franchise. There's just no way. I don't see it happening. That's how it is for me. Even when I heard Andor was good, I can't be bothered to give it a chance. Yeah, that's the exact same thing. That's where I'm at. The way I described it is I was basically describing myself. But I know that I'm like a normie. And it's just like, well, I know that there's a fuck ton of people out there that aren't like diehard fans, but they would still go out of their way to watch Star Wars because it was like these premium events that only happened once every 3 years. And even if they weren't good movies, they were still fun. You know, say what you will about the prequels, but the prequels have the best lightsaber choreography in the entire franchise's history, bar none. You know, and that's because they've actually got like fight choreographers that were like professional fencers and like European swordsmen and stuff like that to do the choreography, and it shows. So you at least have that in the prequel. You know, but they were like these events. Now it's just like Star Wars is just another kernel of corn in the endless log of shit that's being pushed through the sludge pipe of content that is Disney Plus. That's what Star Wars is now. And it's really fucking sad to see. And the thing is, it's like, you could have that, but that you don't even have like the games to fall back on. You can't even say, well, at least I have the games. It's like, well, no, you don't. Because all the games coming out are shit too. It's like there's nowhere to go to find good Star Wars. Yeah, I don't. It sucks because honestly, Ubisoft could have actually had something fucking gold. With this, like, how do you get your hands on a franchise like Star Wars, and you don't do anything with it. Like, it's just the same kind of generic, run and gun, over the shoulder, third person, open world shit that we've seen from, well, every other Ubisoft game. You replace the bike with a horse. You replace the gun with a crossbow. You replace lightsabers with swords, and you've got an Assassin's Creed game. Like, what's the difference? It's just a reskinned Assassin's Creed game. It's like, how do you get a hold of a franchise and not do anything with it? It's so annoying, dude. Anyway. Do I want to talk about Black Myth Wukong? Not really. Kind of want to move on from video game shit. Let's get into the third act of the stream, which is the rest of the weird and wild news, including the butt eels. I'm getting to butt eels, chat. It's gonna happen, I promise. Alright. I still have butt stuff. I know, I'm getting to it. I promise I will get to it. American woman is found chained to a tree and left to die in Indian jungle before local shepherd heard her shouts and saved her. Jesus Christ, dude. I fucking love headlines like this. I fucking love where, like, every two or three words you read makes your brain go, what the fuck? Just a little bit louder. So it's like, American woman is found chained to a tree. What the fuck? And left to die in Indian jungle. What the fuck? Before local shepherd heard her shouts and saved her. What the fuck? You know what? I love headlines like this. Oh my god. Okay, let's read this. An American woman who was chained to a tree in the Indian jungle and left for dead has been rescued after a local shepherd heard her distressing cries for help. That's basically the headline. Lalita Kaya Kumar, 50, was found in a forest near Sonurli village. God, I said so many Indian names on this stream. Sorry, Sonurli village, roughly 280 miles from Mumbai, on Saturday morning. She had been tied to a tree with an iron chain. Jesus. I thought it was like gonna be like twine or rope or something. No, it's a fucking chain. Kumar, whose right leg was swollen from the chain, was rushed to a nearby hospital in critical condition. She was severely dehydrated, unable to speak, and likely had not eaten in several days, said the Lokmat Times reported. It is unclear how long Kumar was in the jungle, as the area experienced heavy rains recently, but according to India TV, she told investigators that her former husband had tied her to the tree. Oh, damn. Did you try to cut his pee-pee off? I wonder if she's one of them Indian dick slicers. What did I call them before, chat? What did I call them at the beginning of this stream? Indian cock choppers? I don't know. Maybe she tried it and failed, and as punishment, he chained her to a tree and left her to die. She also claimed to have gone 40 days without food? Damn. How do you go 40 days? Also based in man, this stream is not a good advertisement for finding love in India. It really hasn't. I thought you could only go like 25, 30 days at absolute max if you're lucky without food. I didn't think you could go 40 days without food. Police have launched an attempted murder case against Kumar's ex-husband. He also faces act endangering life. Act endangering life. What? Or personal safety of others and wrongful confinement charges. Wrongful confinement. That's a nice way to put. Chained to a tree and left to die. Wrongful confinement. Oh my god, look at Man, she looks like she is about to cast a spell. Like, where's her coven? Holy shit. She looks like she actually has gone mad. There's the... Hey, what's going on here? Where? Oh, that... This is her other foot. Okay, I'm like, what the hell is... What am I looking at here? Oh my god. Yeah, this woman... This woman's been through it. Jesus. By a cattle herder. She rushed to a local hospital where she was treated for various issues, including dehydration. Looking at the possibility of his husband had been involved. A cattle herder found Kumar near... Oh my god. Sawantwadi on Saturday morning after he heard loud noises coming from within the dense forest. Man, I'm amazed that she had the strength in her to be able to make an audible scream. That's kind of incredible, actually. Police arrived at the scene and used a cutter to break the chain and free her from the tree. She was rushed to a primary healthcare center in Sawantwadi, where she received initial treatment. Kumar was later transferred to a more advanced facility for continued treatment. Footage recorded from inside the hospital showed Kumar writing a note about her condition in which she claimed her former husband had left her in the forest after a domestic dispute. She also alleged to have not eaten in over a month. What was that domestic dispute? I wonder if it was pee-pee chopping. She is out of danger, a police official told the Telegraph Online. Doctors treating her said she suffers from psychiatric problems. Yeah, man. You get chained to a tree in the middle of the Indian jungle for 40 days, you're gonna go insane if you don't die. We have found medical prescriptions in her possession. Oh, wonderful. Did he give her drugs as a courtesy? Thanks, I didn't know this was India. This is not India, by the way. This is Sri Lanka. Officials say Kumar is doing, quote, fine, but remains under observation and is suffering from psychiatric issues. She was reportedly weak and not in a position to give her statement to police at this time. Fair enough. Kumar was born in the U.S., but had been living in Goa, a neighboring state to where she was found, for some time. The fuck was she doing in Goa? Officials are trying to determine who she has been in touch with. God, get a copy editor, Daily Mail. Over the past few months. It is believed that Kumar, who is married to a man from the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu, the same area where Vice President Kamala Harris's mother is from. Damn! I did not realize this was going to go back, we were going to bring up the fact that Kamala Harris isn't actually black in the stream. That was not on my bingo card. I've been living in India man, get a copy editor. Jeez, for the past 10 years. Authorities recovered a photocopy of her U.S. passport and her national identity card from the scene. So she had, like, her shit with her. Officials also said her, quote, visa has expired. Wow. I'm curious, like, what her story is. I really want to hear her statement. Oh my god. I'm weirdly obsessed with the pee-pee cutting. Well, it was like the whole beginning of the stream was dedicated to a story about there's a weird trend in India of women cutting off their husbands' pee-pees. So that's why I bring it up here. We're going full circle here, Cordell. Oh, man. Okay. What we got? I don't really have much to comment on this. I just wanted to read this because this is fucking crazy to me. I think it's time, chat. It is time. It is time for butt eels. Live 2-foot eel chews through man's intestines after he put it up his anus. His anus. Oh. Chat, if any of you find yourself in a position where you want to start sticking live animals, especially ones with particularly sharp teeth, up your asshole, go seek help. Because you have gone down a path that I don't think you're going to be able to reverse course on by yourself. Okay. This is no way to do your own colonoscopy. Of course, to start off with a fucking joke. When the butt stuff goes awry. Why? Why? Vietnamese doctors removed a live 2-foot-long eel from a man's abdomen that had chewed through his intestines after he shoved it up his anus. The nauseating discovery was made when a 31-year-old Indian national was in... Oh my god, we're still in India. I did not realize we were going to be talking about crazy shit in India for this stream. Was admitted to Viet Duc Hospital in Hanoi on July 27th with excruciating abdominal pain. I don't think excruciating is enough. That, I can't imagine an eel inside my body eating through my intestines. There's not a single word that can describe that level of pain. Excruciating, it does not cut that at all. Indians, I know, it's the fucking Indians, man. I swear to God. Doctors learned that the adventurous patient had slipped the phallic fish up his backside earlier in the day and had tried to escape. Did he not know that, like, eels have teeth? And it tried to escape. You think? It reminds me of that really gross but actually clever. It's like cleverly disgusting torture method that they did in one of the Fast and the Furious movies, where you put a rat on a person's stomach, and then you put like a metal bucket over the rat, and then you take a blowtorch and you heat up the bucket. And what that does is that the rat, in its desperation to escape the heat, will actually start clawing and chewing and digging its way through the person's body. Which is horrifying method of torture. I'd imagine it's an effective method of torture, to be honest. But that's what this reminds me of. Let's see. The eel had bitten through the patient's rectum and colon to escape into the abdominal cavity. So this fucking thing got out of his, like, intestinal tract and just, like, freely floating and, like, swimming around and chewing up this dude's body. Oh my god! Said Leonard Hui, Vice Director of the Department of Colorectal and Perineal Surgery. This guy does surgery on the gooch all day long. The patient was immediately examined and underwent several imaging tests, including an x-ray that showed the eel's skeleton lying inside his abdominal cavity. Oh my god! Oh, this is a fucking nightmare. This is such a nightmare. Oh god, can I show this image? Hang on. Oh god. I don't know if I could show this. Okay, yeah, I could show this. Oh god, prepare yourself, chat. Doctors attempted to remove the foreign object through the man's anus. Oh god. But they discovered a large lime that he had also inserted, blocking the way. Wait, what? Wait. This guy gets an eel to swim up his butthole. And then he traps the eel inside by sticking a lime up his ass? What the absolute fuck? What the fuck, dude? Tailfan, you have come in at an amazing time. If this is... I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but if you've just got here, this is an amazing entry point, I have to say. So is the anus for eels, by the way, an amazing entry point. Here's a picture. Ah! Oh my god. I don't want to linger on this, because that's gore. But this is the eel. Look at this thing. Look at this fucking thing. This was swimming around. This thing chewed through this guy's intestines and was swimming around inside his body. Oh my god. Instead, doctors opted for an emergency surgery. Oh yeah, I think an emergency surgery is warranted. They sliced open the patient's torso and found the live eel. The eel was still alive, stretching more than 25 inches long and roughly 4 inches in diameter. The creature and the lime were both removed. Wow. There it is. There's the eel and the lime that kept him from escaping. Doctors tried to remove the eel through the patient's anus. Oh, we already read that. After checking for any additional foreign objects hiding inside the van, they stitched him up. So everyone lived, chat. Everyone lived through this. My God. How did Darwin not get to this guy? Surgeons also performed a colostomy to prevent fecal matter from passing through the cut made by the eel's bite. Yeah, that could cause sepsis and death. Doctors at the hospital told Vietnam News that they've dealt with patients, typically young men, who have put objects up their bums for sexual pleasure. Yeah, this is. I've never heard of this level of, let's just say, anal play. Viet Duc Hospital has previously removed bottles, cups, and adult toys from patients' anuses, but this is the first case involving a live animal. Eels can survive in anaerobic conditions for a long time and have the ability to bite through the gastrointestinal tract. Therefore, people should never insert live animals through the anus to seek intense sensations due to the unforeseeable consequences. You didn't need the justification. You didn't need to tell us that eels survive in anaerobic conditions for a long time and can bite through your body for us to know that we shouldn't shove live animals up our assholes. God, my door is wide open. My parents can hear every word of this. This, however, was not the first time an eel was removed from someone's backside in Vietnam this year. What? Wait. Not only has this happened twice, but it's happened twice this year, and it's happened twice this year in the same fucking country. Vietnam. Fucking check yourself. Holy shit. Oh my God. Lemmy-winks? I know, we're all thinking of Lemmy-winks, aren't we? In March, a 12-inch eel, so this one, at least this one's only half as long, slid up a 43-year-old man's anus. He was rushed to the Hal Ha District Medical Center in Quang Ninh Province, where the sea creature was removed. So, wait a minute. Hang on, can I open this? Man's abdomen actually slid up his anus. See, this doesn't sound voluntary. I'm not showing that. The Vietnamese man had a live eel surgically removed from his abdomen, and doctors believe it slid up his anus. The stomach-turning discovery was made when an unidentified man, 34, went to the Hal Ha District Medical Center in Quang Ninh Province with severe abdominal pain. See, this one isn't excruciating abdominal pain. This one is merely severe abdominal pain, because the eel is only half as long. There's a scale here, chat. There's a scale of pain that's directly related to the length of the eel inside your butthole. Doctor believed the sea creature entered the man's body through his anus and slid through his colon, but it doesn't say if he meant to do it. The eel was found. This is a rare case. I hope to God it's a rare case. It doesn't say. Wait, the eel caused intestinal perforations and... I mean, I wonder if he was like skinny dipping and just kind of found its way up there. I have a feeling that that's not the case. I have a feeling that this guy was doing it for the exact same reason. He says, it's like, oh man, I'm so bored with sticking wriggly, slimy things up my butthole. I get no pleasure from that no more. What if it was alive? Okay. I think I need to move on from butt eels. Let's go on to a crushing incident, chat. Mom of two in cycling competition crushed to death by giant speaker seconds before crossing the finish line. This mom was kind of hot too. This is her right here, actually. Article in the article. She's kind of a MILF, I gotta admit. I'm sorry, that's kind of rude. A cyclist competing. It shows. I don't even know if I should show this video. Like it doesn't show her dying, but she did die at the hospital. So a cyclist competing was killed when a giant speaker fell on her. A fucking giant speaker. Like, what? How does a giant speaker just fall on a cyclist? What kind of freak accident is that? Just seconds before she reached the finish line. Oh, man, she didn't even get to finish the race. Jolande Oliveira, a 34-year-old mom of two, swerved and smashed into a sound truck parked next to the track after another biker pedaled too close to her during the July 29th race in Brazil. Horrifying video shows. The impact caused one of the 6-foot speakers on top of the vehicle to fall and crush Oliveira, according to reports. Horrifying bystanders rushed to pull the speaker off of Oliveira and tried to give her first aid. Yes, put a band-aid on it. But she was later declared dead at the hospital as a result of her head injuries. Another biker was also sent flying but managed to get up and complete the race. Oliveira is survived by twin boys and her husband, who also took part in the competition last weekend, Ubisoft reported. Damn. That's fucking tragic, man. The sound truck fled the scene before police... What?! The sound truck fled the scene? It was just parked there. It's not their fault. According to reports, and authorities are still investigating, why would they flee the scene? They're completely innocent in all of this. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Why were there giant speakers? They were probably playing, because this was, she said it was a few seconds before she hit the finish line. It was probably just like playing music, just like in the general race end area where like everybody congregates. So it was just like blasting out music to the area, you know? Like the last company that I worked for, I did a biking event for charity with the company. And at the end of that race, in the finish line area, well, it was a loop, so it was the same as the starting line area. They had like a big sound truck with big speakers that were just blaring music to the whole area. So that's probably what it was there for. On behalf of the entire Dubai bikers team, we regret the death of the cyclist Jolande Oliveira. The event organizer said in an Instagram post, the 6th annual cycling competition took place in Balanopolis in northeast Brazil and was organized by Dubai bikers. Okay, I was like, who the hell are the Dubai bikers? The loss of this special person leaves a deep void in our hearts, the group said in the post. May the memories and legacy bring comfort and strength. The day of the race, Oliveira posted a photo on Instagram beaming and decked out in cycling gear. I think that's this photo. Sow with gratitude so that you may reap with joy, she wrote in Portuguese in the caption. Many of her photos showed her competing in biking races, so this was like her real passion, was biking. Damn. And dotting with her 2 young boys. 70 cyclists from cities across the area gathered on Monday to pay respect to Oliveira's funeral, which took place about 100 miles west of where the deadly race took place, according to an Instagram post from a local radio station. Oliveira was known in the community for the participation in various cycling events, the outlet reported. Damn. F's in chat, lads. That sucks. But I think... Yeah. We got nothing but positivity on here on out, though. So, first bit of positivity. Maybe. Dad wins full custody of son, 4, after child's mother allegedly tried to raise him as non-binary. So this has been making the rounds recently. I am amazed that the dad won this case, because it seems like this shit is always done by the mom, and she always wins in these court cases. So she must have been particularly effed up for him to win this. Let's read. God, these damn pop-up videos. A California father said he'd been granted full custody of his 4-year-old son following a protracted legal battle with the boy's mother, who allegedly forced the child to wear dresses and glitter because she wanted to raise him as non-binary. God. Fucking Munchausen by proxy. 100%. My son is non-binary. You know, it's just... I'm gonna, fuck my son's up psychology so that I can get brownie points with my woke wine ant friends. Ugh. Hate these people. Harrison Tinsley told the Daily Signal podcast that he prevailed in the years-long court battle to win full physical custody of Sawyer, which the dad likened to watching a miracle. Yeah, you got lucky that you won this court case, dude. I know he's a boy. He wants to be a boy. He animately expresses that. Tinsley told host Virginia Allen, if you say anything to the contrary, he gets very upset. Look how... I love... Man, this kid got all of his dad's genes. He's got the same nose. He's got the same smile. He's got the same eyes. He's even got the same eyebrows. And the same, curly, messy hair. He is the spitting image of his dad. He didn't get a lick of his mom's genes. He's like that Sawyer's mother, who said she identifies as a lesbian and non-binary herself. Of course she is. Of course. God. It's, you know what that immediately tells me? It immediately tells me that she was ready to ruin her son's life to make her feel better about her own situation. That's what this reeks of. Tried to push her gender ideology onto the child from the time he was a baby. This includes a cruel campaign of gaslighting that, referring to Sawyer with they-them pronouns over his protestations, and forcing him to wear girls' diapers, dresses, and makeup, the dad claimed. God. This kid... How old was this kid when his dad won the custody? On a Gifts and Go page raising funds for his legal fight, Tinsley told his initial joy at learning his then-girlfriend was pregnant in 2019. Unfortunately, that excitement turned to pain when his mother, who suffers from serious underlying mental health problems, abruptly ended our relationship and prevented me from seeing Sawyer. After fighting an uphill battle in California's progressive court system for... God, he won this in California? Wow, dude, this is the luckiest dude. This guy got so fucking lucky. How did he win this in California? He was finally able to meet his son for the first time when Sawyer was 15 months old. But Sawyer's mother's gender obsession only grew, and the boy remained subject to all manner of manipulative tactics, the dad alleged. She threw Sawyer a girly-themed party for his second birthday. It doesn't sound like she wants him to be non-binary. It sounds like she wants him to just be a girl. It doesn't sound like she ever let him, be a boy. Made him wear a dress donned with a sheriff's badge. In another incident, the mother took the child to Disneyland but refused to let him go on any rides unless he wore the princess shoes she had bought for him, the dad alleged. After learning Sawyer's mother had been arrested for felony child endangerment... Oh... That's why he won. Tinsley filed for full... Yeah, he saw the opening and took it. Smart man. Tinsley filed for full custody in San Francisco Superior Court last year, claiming that she had slandered and defamed him for years. The details of that arrested incident are unclear. The dad said he presented the court with mountains of evidence, including 8 hours of police body cam footage and over 800 pages of supporting documents. But the court sided with Sawyer's mother. He said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The courts are completely stacked against dads. If you're a dad, you're fucked. Especially in California. Tinsley appealed the decision last December and claims that Child Protective Services in San Francisco became involved following an alleged incident about which he declined to further elaborate. CPS investigated and recommended Tinsley be granted full custody of the boy and that the mother be subject to regular drug and alcohol testing, he claimed. Nice. Tinsley acknowledged that the investigators more than likely had different politics than he. Of course. But he said he was grateful to them for putting politics aside and doing what they felt was best for the child. Yeah, you got lucky, dude. You got fucking lucky. Because the thing is, it's like, oh wait, this woman believes the same, but she's a bad representative of the ideology, so we're gonna let her go, basically. The mom tried to paint me as some right-wing hillbilly from Mississippi or something, even though I had nothing to do with the investigation. And that shouldn't matter anyway, of course, but in reality, I'm just some California dude with long hair and skinny jeans, so that's ridiculous to make that up about me. Tinsley calls Sawyer he just sounds like a normal dude. Tinsley calls Sawyer his best friend. And the most amazing... See that? Your kids aren't your friends. They're your kids. Kids have their own friends. It's not your job to be their friend. It's your job to be your fucking parent. The most amazing, greatest blessing of his life, and now that he's back with his dad, he gets to focus on just being a regular kid, with no one trying to force him into an ideological box. Kids don't care about sex or identity or all these fake... They don't... Not only do they not care, they just don't even have a concept of it in their heads. Like, that's like the whole thing. There's no such thing as like a trans kid. Because like, you have to know about trans stuff and learn about it and get, the narrative driven into your head about it for you to become one. You know what I mean? Like, nobody comes to these positions about themselves and their identities and like have knowledge of this stuff. They don't, unless it's pumped into them by some external force. And yeah, they just care about having fun and spending time with their parents. Exactly. The reports did not identify Tinsley's ex. Attempts to reach a lawyer listed as representing her in the court proceedings were not immediately successful Wednesday. Well, it sounds like he's how old is he here? Because now, like, here and here and even here, he looks like what? Maybe like, I'm really bad at judging how old kids are. How old do you think this kid is, chat? He looks like he's maybe like 4 or 5, if I had to guess. Maybe 4 or 5 years old. Maybe 6, maybe. I feel like there's plenty of time for him to be okay. You know what I mean? Like, he got out of that influence young enough where he isn't going to be permanently scarred by it. And it sounds like he was resisting the whole time anyway. So I think and I hope that this kid's going to be fine. He has a really nice, genuine smile here with his dad, though. God, he's even got the same gap in his teeth. Cute kid. I hope it turns out okay. Right. And then we have a follow-up story to tackle real quick. So last week, I covered this story about this Chad that like ran into a protest where they were burning American flags, and he snatched the remaining bit of the American flag out of the fire and then ran away from the hostile crowd that was trying to beat him up for it. So he goes in there, grabs the bit, and he gets, this is all that's left, but he gets it, right? Now, this is kind of where his story leaves off. But as a result of all of these flags burning from all these pro-Hamas people, recently, the House Republicans replaced all the American flags. So all the flags were made anew and put back up by the House Republicans. So House Republicans visited a Union Station late Wednesday night and replaced the American flags the anti-Israel protesters had burned and replaced with Palestinian flags earlier in the day. Man, burning the American flag and hoisting up the Palestinian flag, how was that not just outright conquest? Like, that right there, like, you have the mentality of someone driven by conquest if you're doing that shit. Fucking deport these people. House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke with the press as the American flags were being put back up. The anti-Israel protesters descended on the nation's capital as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered an address before Congress. At Union Station, protesters removed all 3 American flags flying outside the historic Metro Transit hub. They flew Palestinian flags in their place and burned at least one of the American flags that were taken down. Protesters also covered nearby monuments in graffiti. We recognize that they flew Palestinian flags on these poles. It is outrageous. Johnson said they were pulled down, thankfully. Yeah, they should be burned too. Footage shows members of Congress running American flags back up all 3 poles with assistance from police. Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries also condemned the protests in a statement on Thursday. Facing public property, desecrating the American flag, threatening Jews with violence, and promoting terrorist groups like Hamas is not acceptable under any circumstance. There's a difference between lawful expression and disorderly conduct. Anyone who violates the law must be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah, that's a fine statement. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg echoed Jeffries in his own statement. Cannot display federal property with Hamas slogans. Passionate differences are grounds for fierce debate and meaningful protest, not intimidation, and certainly not support for terrorism. Fine. I like the other guys better. A man who walked by the protester remarked that he was Jewish and he was offended by the language, was then chased out the street, yelled at, and called Hitler by agitators. Imagine being so fucked in the head that you're chasing a Jew down the street and calling the Jew Hitler. How deranged do you have to be to reach that state of mind? That's just psychotic. He and a woman were later let inside of the building to get away from the protesters. When a Fox News reporter asked why they followed the man, one said it was because he was white and Jewish. Interesting how they conveniently will change the race of Jewish people as necessary. Like, whenever it's expedient for Jewish people to be separate from white people, they will make that distinction. But when it's not, they just lump them in with other white people. Interesting. Early in the day, hundreds of protesters had gathered on Pennsylvania Avenue and 3rd Street outside of the Gallery of Art. The protest organizers included Answer Coalition and Code Pink. What? What is Code Pink doing there? God, dude, like these fucking weird ass alliances of like, because Code Pink are they a feminist organization or are they an alphabet community organization? I can't remember anymore. They're probably both because they're all intersectional morons. But it's like, yes, that makes sense for them to show up at a pro-Palestine rally and burn American flags. It's just, man, these people are fucked in the head. Those are a couple of names I haven't heard for in a long time. Yeah, I was going to say that I've never heard of Answer Coalition, but I know I've heard of Code Pink before. And you're right, I haven't heard Code Pink in a while. Isn't Code Pink the organization that came up with the pink pussy hats from when Trump got first elected way back in 2016? Was that a Code Pink thing? Because if it is, I think that might actually be the last time I've actually heard from them. There were numerous speakers from various organizations, including one from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Again, when you see all of these disparate groups, like Answer Coalition, Code Pink, the Party for Socialism, when you see all of these different interest groups come together, that you know that the issue is the issue. The issue is the revolution. And this is a sign of that. It's when you have all of these weird organizations that are hyper-focused in like what identity group they advocate for, come together and cause chaos, basically. Terrorists. Yeah, I like that. Just be frank with them. Hamas flag seen among the protesters. Where the fuck do you even get a Hamas flag in America? Like, what? Where do you go for that? You guys buy them on Amazon? I don't know. U.S. Capitol Hill police claimed the Union Station flags were out of the jurisdiction and were therefore unprotected. That sounds like bullshit. No flags under our protection have been removed or vandalized. Our officers will enforce the law if anyone attempts to remove a flag in USCP jurisdiction to clear up inaccurate reporting. Yeah, okay. Whatever, cops. Amazon, most likely. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's the only place I could think of where you could get a Hamas flag. All right. Got one more, chat. And this one is just purely a nice, wholesome little story to end the stream. So. I seen their protection lately? No. I'm just trying to think. The answer is no. Okay, let me get into this. Adorable moment, Rottweiler puppies run wild in rescue helicopter after being saved from California wildfire. Alright. Adorable Rottweiler puppies happily roamed wild inside a rescue helicopter after they were saved from a blazing California wildfire. Trevor Skaggs, a member of Butte County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team, and pilot Connor Smith were sent into the depths of the raging blaze of the 383,000-acre park fire on Monday to save a mama Rottweiler and her 4 pups, the law enforcement agency said in a Facebook post. The owner of the pack of dogs was evacuating Cohasset on July 24th when their truck became disabled and they had to leave behind the 2 adult dogs and 4 little puppies. The owner gave police the location of the truck, but rescue teams were unable to immediately access the canine family due to the massive fire, which is only 14% contained as of Tuesday, according to CAL FIRE. Skaggs was dropped off about 1.5 miles from the truck's location and ran there, BCSO said. Wow, he just sprinted for 1.5 miles. What a fucking legend. He found the mother and the puppies alive, but tired and thirsty. He gave them water and bites from his protein bar to fuel them for the journey back. Damn, dude, this guy just ran into a fire 1.5 miles to get these dogs out. Holy shit, dude. Oh, look at him. He'll be okay, little pup. That's so cute. Look it down. Look at your puppies. Okay, there's the 4. Okay, so he drove there by truck to locate. Oh, okay, so he drove to the outskirts of the fire to locate, and then ran in to locate them. And then once he had them located, he told the helicopter to land nearby. Okay. The Papa dog was found deceased. Oh, the Papa didn't make it. Trevor was able to get the 5 of them to follow him 1.5 miles back to the helicopter. The puppies and their mother were then flown to the Chico airport and are now being cared for by members of the North Valley Animal Disaster Group. It is unclear if they will be reunited with their owner. I hope so. Photos shared by the sheriff's office show the little pups roaming about the helicopter's cockpit, sleeping under seats, and embracing the safety of the aircraft after a long few days. One of the pups even acted as a co-pilot as he sat on Skaggs' lap throughout the ride. Oh, it's adorable. Look at them. Look at the little guys. One of the pups, many took to the comments to thank Skaggs for his bravery and hard work. This is making me tear up. My kids always ask about the animals. I tell them they are amazing people who go save them. You are all heroes. Nice. Can't stop crying. This is so bittersweet. Poor Papa, but glad Mama and babies were rescued. Livestock, domesticated animals, and wildlife must be so hot, thirsty, lost, scared, hurt. Oh my god, I can't even think about it. This man is a hero, Andrea said. Indeed he is. What a hero. You made a horrific experience better. The park fire has grown the size... Oh my god, the park fire has grown to the size of Los Angeles? Holy shit. Since starting on July 24th in Chico, it has grown into a raging 383,619 acres as Tuesday morning, making it the 5th largest the state has ever seen. Holy hell. The biggest fire was the August complex in August 2020 that grew to over 1 million acres. I remember that one. The fire is burning grass, bush, mixed timber, and dead vegetation, CAL FIRE said. More than 5,500 firefighters and personnel have been assigned to tackle the gigantic blaze, which continues to burn very actively. Well, at least these puppers will be safe. Perimeter of the park fires, steep terrain, wind activity in many inaccessible areas of fires, making uphill runs and spot fires continue to occur. Critically low fuel moistures and high winds have caused difficulty in suppressing the fire spread. 260 miles, which means it has burned more than 3 times the surface area of Lake Tahoe. Jesus. Fire has burned through 53,000 acres in Butte County and more than 333,000 in Tehama County. Both areas have evacuation orders. Gavin Newsom, who endorsed Kamala Harris for the Democratic nomination, declared a state of emergency on Friday in Butte and Tehama counties and Plume County for the Gold Complex fire. Well, you know, maybe if you actually told the environmental people that have you hostage to go pound sand, you could actually like take care of the underbrush, and a lot of these fires wouldn't be nearly as bad. But you're not going to do that because you're retards. We are using every available tool to protect lives and property as our fire and emergency response teams work around the clock to combat these challenging fires. Stay safe and remain alert for instructions from local authorities as dangerous fire weather conditions continue. Wow. That's a big fire. Okay. That's pretty much it for this story. I just wanted to highlight the puppers getting saved. That's all. I figure animal rescue is always a good way to end a stream. Only because they aren't willing to eat roasted dog. Oh, damn, you just turned it dark, Umbra. Jesus. Oh, man. All right. That's about it, chat. That's all I got tonight. Go. Ah, man. That was quite a bit. Got through it, though. The tears add a little salt. Oh, man. Well, I had no idea that this stream is going to feature India so damn much. That was an unintended running theme. But yeah, we talked about fucked up things going on in India. Talked about... What else we talked about? Talked about the Olympic shit show. Did talk about the Chad Turkish dude, though. That was fun. We talked about Venezuela and the shit show going on there, and how Elon Musk is trying to draw Maduro into the country so that he can get arrested by the DEA. I'm going to stick to that motivation. We talked about layoffs in the gaming space and Ubisoft going to shit. Talked about an American woman chained to a tree in India, left dead. Butt eels. Woman got crushed by a speaker. Dad won custody of his child. And dog rescues. That's a good one, chat. Always fun. Want me to notify you the next time Sultans are streaming? No, you don't have to. I'm just going to, I'm just going to pay more attention to myself. That's all. I'll find my way there. You're good. You're good. You finished Freedom Cry during the stream? Nice, nice. I might, I'm probably going to stream that, actually, in 2 weeks. You like to give us a happy ending, huh, Helmy? I do. I always like to satisfy my customers, especially in the end. Oh, man. Alright, well, I'm going to get out of here. These streams are always a blast. Like I said, I am going to keep the activity levels in my personal Discord exactly the same. I'm not going to mirror the reaction thread over in the Close Collective, just because, you know, that's one of the more active threads, and I want to keep... I honestly, I'm more interested in building my personal server than the Close Collective one. I really am. So, yeah, that's where I'm still going to be for the most part. And, yeah, just keep posted. And now that you have a flavor, like, weird, crazy stories like this, or, like, cultural stuff, gaming stuff, that's what I want to focus on for these streams. So if you ever come across any news stories, articles, tweets, anything, in regards to those kinds of topics, I would absolutely encourage you to post them into the Discord thread. That's a subthread under the main deck. And there's a good chance I will cover it on Saturday. So, and the more the better. The more you guys post, the more you guys show me, the better. So, I'm going to leave it at that. You'll be on occasionally. Yeah, right on, right on. Yeah, that's all I got. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, chat. And I'll see you on the next one, which is Tuesday. Tuesday with the penultimate, maybe, Final Fantasy VII stream. We'll see. We're getting close to the end, chat. And then we'll go from there. So, I'll see you on the next one. Take care, chat. The watch is yours.